All right, hello, hello, hello. How's it going there, Charles? How are you? Oh, good, Charles. Glad you're enjoying the career build series. How's it going there, Miles? What's happening? Wife is out, and I have all night for Captain Stream. I asked her to leave so you could watch. All right, so we're gonna be working on the container mover. I was starting to. How's it going there, Sanders? I was getting ready to try to make a career build series for tomorrow, and I need more further testing on the container mover. So we'll go ahead. I worked on this some yesterday. I'm really happy with it. Did some work off stream. I was getting frustrated, a little bit too close to the project, so took a break. So this is what we have so far. So this is working very well. There's very few problems with this. I have a tiny little issue I have to work on, but that's minor, and I should be able to get that fixed. So we'll go ahead and we'll load a container in. I just did something. Let me finish up what I'm doing here. All right, so I worked on the armature a little bit here. I split the panel up. I really like the way it looks. It's compact, so I'm starting to run out of space for stuff. So I'm trying to fix it all up, get it where I want. So track brake. I need to be able to disable the track brake. So I'm trying to think of the best way to do that. So what I think I'm going to do is just use a disable all, essentially. So what we'll do is, if this is not on track brake, and so, okay, we'll do this. Let's release connectors, okay. So what do I have? 1, 2... So what do I have? Am I not using one? Not using. I am using one. Okay, so 1 and 2. 1 and 2 are the arm. 3 is the connectors. 4 does mag all, and that parking brake is if I'm not on there. So that's good. So we could do 5. So what I want is 5 be kind of a release all, because it loads really well, it transports really well. I'm having a little bit of an issue with unloading, so I need to hook that up. And then we'll do some Boolean here. Do some bool logic here. Alright, so this is going to be... Alright, so I'm going to replace this not. So if it's not X... Or... if it's not X, enable the track brake. And not 5. Will be whatever I want to do there. Let's say we'll just do Y. All right, so this is gonna do. So what I'm doing essentially is when the mag-all is connected, the track base brake will disconnect automatically. And then 5 will be kind of the shut everything off, and I need that for unloading. So we'll go like that. All right, so that fixes that situation. Then the mag-all is 4 and not 5. So it'll be X and not Y. So X and not Y for the mag-all. Okay, there we go. X and not Y for the mag-all, so that should do that. And let's update that. That was 5, okay. All right, so let's go ahead and I'm going to save this up. And then I'm going to load in a container. And we will test. So, like I said, I was trying to record the next episode of the career build series, and I was having issues, so... Unloading. You know, I could do everything except unloading. I was also testing speed. I'm like, I'm doing so much testing, it's not going to make a good episode. I need to just kind of get in there and do this. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to double-check, make sure infinite electricity's off. I need to enable the breaker. Grab the control unit. Need channel 6. All right. So we're going to press 1. Okay. That is no longer progressive. That's why it's jumping like that. So that's the downfall of that. I got to fix that. All Alright, so I need to fix that. That's not the end of the world. It's not great, but it's not the end of the world, so... It's gonna be probably the end of the world when I try to connect this. But I'll fix it, so... Okay, so that's an issue with that. Okay. Alright, so I see what I did with this. So I changed something here. I gotta fix it, so... Back and forth, back and forth. I gotta go back here and fix this one. I'm trying not to cut that out all the time. So I changed the way this worked, and it's not progressive anymore. It just is like an on-off switch. So I don't like that. So we'll make it 0.01 again. All right, we'll load the container back in here. All right, I'll leave that in the inventory so I don't have to change it. I'll check chat in a second here. Okay, I need to turn on the power. All right. Alright, that's not going to work the way. Reset it there. Remotes are annoying. I have to convert a bunch of the remote stuff. I don't have much options in that. Just go back to the way it was for now. That part wasn't really all that broken, so... Okay, I need to put it in the right channel here. Alright, so this will go forward, and then move this out, and then we'll go ahead and we'll grab. Alright, good. So it's grabbed now, so we want to drag this in as close until we about hit the wheels. Good, stop there. Now I want to press 1 rather, and it's going to drag it up and on top. Bingo. So now it's on top. So I set these so they're limited to 45 degrees. Please stop rocking and rolling. I greatly increased the speed, and now I need to fix that as well. Okay, so now as you can see, it's attached there. Let me disconnect so I can walk actually here. All right, so you see these are limited to 45 degrees when they're locked. As soon as they unlock, they'll stow. So that's nice. They still worked before, but it was doing. You can see it was breaking it. So this is good. So now what I'll do is I'll turn it back on. I'll press 3. We'll disconnect these connectors, and they'll stow. Now I want to go in with the carriage, and I'm going to press 4, and it's going to alternate from the track brakes to the magall. Now you see it spinning. That's an issue with the track wants to overshoot. The linear tracks want to overshoot, and I haven't come up with a solution for that yet. So what I want to do is, you see that hard point? I want to get that hard point right in the middle, as you can see. Hard point's directly in the middle. We're balanced. Okay, good. So we're good to go here. We can drive this all over town. Again, I need to change the speed. Again, speed's too fast. But we drive around. Okay, now we're ready to unload. All right, so let's unload it. All right, good. So we're going to unload it. So we want to go, and I want to... See, I hit the end of the tracks. I don't know. There's one of them wants to go past the end of the tracks. I need to find a way to stop it from doing that. Let me check something here. Okay, that's fine. I'm trying to see what's up with this, but I'll fix that in a second. All right, so we're going to press 4, and we're going to inchworm it off of us now. Okay. And we just slowly inchworm this back. There we go. Should be like 2 swipes, and we're good. Okay, good. Next thing I want to do here is I want to press 4, and I want to come out with this. And I'll press 3, and I'll let it connect. All right, so now we're connected. All right, so now what I want to do is I'm going to press 5. 5 is going to shut all of them off. So it's going to shut off both the magall and the grippers, which was the issue I had last time. Actually, I probably need to make it release the grippers too. Crap. All right, that's probably the issue, so I need to fix that as well. Let's see. Okay, so that's the issue. I need to release those grippers. All right, so that's something to do. One is, let's see. So I need to fix something. The problem is these microcontrollers are already they're already max size. I can do something to fix them, so. All right. What I could do is when it reads the 0 on here, or when it reads which is load and which is unload. All right, so let's do this. Let's look back at it. So it loads from one side. It loads from the front. So front is -1. So essentially what we'll say is if it is less than -0.5, detach these grippers. Or let's say if it is less than, here, let's spawn it. I need to read the actual numbers on there. I need to add another condition. Let's turn the power on here. All right. All right, so the down position is, okay, so I can't read the position out, so I have to read it what it's there. Okay. Not the end of the world here. So if it is, essentially if it's less than 1, I want to detach these grips here, so that will work. I just need to find a place for a microcontroller. I'm pretty maxed out on space, and pretty maxed out here. I'm trying to keep the aesthetics of this too, so I don't really want to ruin the looks of it. The other thing I could try is, so I'm having problems with this track where it binds up, so trying to get it to not bind up, so I'm gonna put some breakers on there for now. Let's do one thing at once. Fix this next problem later. I could probably do, no, that needs to rotate. That would work there. Here, let's do this. I'm trying not to ruin the looks of this sucker either, so I kind of like the look of it, so don't want to ruin the looks too much. I'm really out of space here. I could put something here and then duplicate it. Okay, we'll do that. Because I need it to ungrab the tracks. So this will be the track. As gripper release. Okay, good. So we'll go bump. All right, so if the number is input from pivots. All right, and then I want that output release. And I think what I'll do is I'm actually going to we'll do composite input. Numbers. All right, we'll do that, and that way this node, I can use that for something else, because I can do a kind of a pass-through, and so we can do a couple more pass-through panels if I need to make it a little bit better. All right, so let's go ahead. I need to code that. I can't code through like that. Crap. I need to do a pivot. Okay, that's fine. We'll do number input. I'm just running out of panel space, so I'd have to do a couple pass-throughs to do this. We'll just simplify it like this. All right, so if this is... This is greater than, let's just say 0.9. Doesn't matter one way or the other. All right, so if this is greater than 0.9, it's going to release these. Let me make sure that's the right way, too. It probably isn't. All right, if it's less than 0.9, that will release. I think that's right. Let's look at it one more time. Okay, yep, less than 0.9, that will release. So we'll go wherever the pivots are going here. So this is to arm. And then this here will go to the gripper release here. So that will release the connector. That's the problem, is it's permanently adhered to it and I can't get it off, so. Okay. Could go here, but try there. If that annoys me later. Alright, so let's spawn it and check it. So these are currently release is true. That should not, well, it's release true because this is off. Let's see. Alright. Should not be release true. Release connector true. This is when it, okay, release connector false. Okay, that's good. So this is actually working right. So when this is all the way down, this should connect. And then when I cycle it, this should now... Good, perfect. Okay, so that's good. So let's go ahead and I will energize this. All right, we'll send out. I don't like that where that is, but I have to fix it. Okay. So see, now it wants to bind up. These linear tracks can be a pain. I wish they would make the small ones so they could have up, down. Way too fast. I need to fix it. It's speedy as hell. It's way too speedy. Fucking Jesus. Alright, let's get in here and fix this speediness here. It's way too fast again. Keep turning on electricity. There we go. Okay. See, like, that's what causes the phantom physics, is when it hits that level, it wants to keep going. So I'm still too fast. I had 0.02 when I made it way too fast. Now it's like 0.05 maybe. There we go. Okay, so we're grabbed now. So what we're going to do is we're going to drag this in. To there is good. We press 1. It's going to rotate it up and on. Okay, now it should be grabbing. So see, it just grabbed. Okay, perfect. I'm going to press 3. What the fuck is it doing? Did I accidentally press 5 and I didn't mean to? I don't think I pressed 5. All right. It's annoying. I have to change the channel every time there. Okay. I need to slow the speed down. It's being absolutely miserable because it's so friggin' fast. I have no precision control because it's too fast. Like all the people who want speed demon and everything, it's like you lose so much control when things are too fast. I'll check chat in a second, guys. I'm just busy with this. You know, if you try and talk to me, just do @me. That way I can, when I go through the chat, I can see it. That's helpful to me. Let's check these, make sure. Okay. Make sure these are not released. Release is false. Okay, good. Go extend out. See, that's when it wants to asymmetry on the right side there. Okay. Speed's better now. I can have a little bit more control. Why is it not grabbing? They were very attractive last time. Now it doesn't want to grab. Come on, man. I probably have to get closer here. See, that's the problem, is it's trying to... Needs the arm to be longer here. I've had, like, no issues connecting. Now it doesn't want to connect. Being friggin' obnoxious. Is it because of electricity? I wonder if it's if I cut an electrical connection. I wonder if I cut an electrical connection. Let's test it right here by doing this. This thing, like, literally had no issue grabbing. Now, out of the blue, no reason. The only thing I changed was that microcontroller sitting on top, so. Alright, pain in the ass this is. Okay. Let's fix a couple more things. I had this working beautifully, and then try to change one thing, and it's screwing it all up now. Alright. Oh my god, I get stuck in the build. Stick it right there. Let's put it right here for now. Let me check the electricity on this sucker. Nope, they're powered, okay. Alright, let's spawn it. We have infinite electricity on now anyway, so it doesn't matter. Like, literally, I've had no issue connecting this, and now... Like, I just went and, like, loaded 4 cargo containers in an episode of the Career Build series, and now it doesn't want to behave. What I could do is change these so they droop at the max extension, which is something I could do. Alright, so now we're gonna... What? When I... Okay. What the hell's going on here? When I connect this, it's disconnecting the... disconnecting those. Oh, you know what it is? This thing has memory, so it still had me having it disconnected. It's weird. It doesn't reset. It keeps the memory of the last time you did it, so it's friggin' weird. Alright, that's what it was. It was keeping the memory of it, so it's working fine. There we go. So it was keeping the memory of me having the disconnect button on, so... Alright, so we'll go ahead. We're going to press 1. We'll drag it on top. Alright, so it's on top now. Now it grabs. Okay, it grabs. We're going to press 3 again. We're going to inchworm it on. 4. Alright, 4. We're going to inchworm it on. 4. See, it gets the end of the tracks. That's going to cause a rotation issue, so I don't know how I can fix that, or if I can fix that. And we'll drag it. Okay, beautiful. 3, 4. Okay, right there. Alright, so good. So I need to fix it a little bit here. So we'll do 4. Do 4, and I'll just put it right in the middle. Press 4 again. Bingo, now it's locked on. Alright, good. So we can drive around, drive around. The speed's better. Can't have it go too fast because it's unwieldy. And the last thing I want to do is, in a career game, dump the container. I'd rather go slow and not have issues. So it turns nice and slow, pretty much in position, a little bit off position, but then, as you can see, it moves reasonably zippy. Alright, good. So we'll stop it. Alright, good. Now I want to unload. So unloading is what I had issues with. So we'll go to this side. It's easier for me to see it from this side. Alright, so now we're going to press 4, and I'm going to inchworm it off. And we'll go ahead and get it all the way off of there. Alright, and I just want to get it right to about there. Alright, good. So now it grabs. And I want to get this close, pretty close to the tires there. Okay, now I want to press 5. And now I want to press 1. Why does it not want to do itself? Okay, so it needs to be the end to do it. Okay, that's fine. So I kind of just work in procedures here of where it needs to be. So it needs to be all the way to the end. All right, good. All right, that works. That makes sense from a physics perspective, so we'll just load it, unload it. I'll check chat in a second here, guys. I'm just rocking and rolling here, and I don't want to take a break to lose my train of thought, so... so I can't tell if connected or not, the connectors are on or not. I should put a indicator light on the top bar, but it probably won't see it. I think I disconnected it, so let me reconnect it. There we go. Okay, good. So we're going to drag it close. All right, so it needs to be at, for it to have the torque, it needs to be at this position. So when I unload it, it needs to be there, maybe. Okay, I'll check it in a second here. All right, 1. There we go. Okay, bingo. So it needs to be right, okay, at the extreme. Okay, that's fine. So let's inchworm it on. So press 3. Nope, 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 nope. I need to do 5. See, it's remembering the controls I had before, which is obnoxious. I wish it wouldn't do that. That's the problem, is it's remembering these controls. So it's like, last time I spawned it, it still had 5. It's not resetting any of them. So that's obnoxious. Release connector, true. Okay. All right, so the light's on, we're good. There we go. Okay, we'll go ahead and drag up here. So see, it's trying to remember stuff it's not supposed to be remembering, which is obnoxious, but whatever. All right, we're loaded on there. Okay, we're going to press... We're locked now, so that is latched. We're going to press 3. I don't have much space for more lights. What I could do is add panels and lights, but then I have to add another microcontroller, so... Alright, and it's doing the rotation again because the linear tracks want to outrun the end of the track, so... Alright, so that's set in place. Okay, good. Now we're ready to unload. So, we're going to go all the way out. We're going to press 4. I'm going to inchworm it off. And so this was the whole reason I've been working on this, is trying to get this to do this properly. Is the unloading is the main issue here. Alright, so I think, do I want this at max extension? I probably do, because if I don't have it at max extension, it's going to probably try to flip out. So let's try it here at max extension. Okay, probably not there, so I probably want it in. Let's try that. I'm trying 2 different positions here. Alright. Can't tell. I need a light. I need some more lights. So what I'm going to do is put in some panels, and then I can have many lights, because that's... It keeps the memory of what I did last time, and then I don't know what systems are on. So, like, I have to go up here and check if this system's... Oh, I have to connect. Let's see. So, like, I can't tell if my connectors are set or not, so that's obnoxious. Alright. So I'll put a panel, that way I can have 4... I could have up to 8 indicators, so... Alright, good. So that's on now. Alright, so it is... This tells me the track locks are on. Press 3. Okay. We're going to inchworm it. I can't let it go to the end. That's when it does that rotation, which I wish I could just not have to worry about it, but I kind of do. Okay, so there we go. See, it's doing the phantom physics because it hits the end of the tracks. It's fine, whatever. Okay. So let's inchworm this sucker out. So we'll go in. 4. I went the wrong way. Alright, we'll inch this off of us. So more lights are going to help me. That way I can kind of see what it's doing. Check its state. Alright, so I want to go all the way to max like that, I think. Let's go ahead. We will do 3. I want to reattach. Okay. Now I want to do 5. And then I want to do 1. Nope, 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 don't. There you go. So this is where I need it to do it. Okay, let's try driving. See if driving will help. Alright. Putting it down is the only issue I'm having right now. It's a very frustrating process. The remote control, me having to change the channel every single time, is obnoxious. That's obnoxious. It really is. So 5, 4, 3. Not 1. 3. Okay. I have to, every time I spawn it, I have to click that on, which is annoying. It's having phantom physics with the tracks, so 3 is probably was already selected. So here, before I lose my mind, I'm gonna put in some controls so I can actually see all my lights and what they're doing. So, because I'm gonna lose my mind if I don't do that. I just can't tell what systems are doing what. So, okay. Alright, so I need, let's see, I need track lock. I'm gonna have to redo the system, so this is fine. Do this for right now. And then I'll change it. So release connector is right here. I need to know when my connectors are released. So release connectors is right here. All right, back to channel 6. All right, so that is release connectors. Now I know that's going. Okay. So now I know the connectors aren't released. All right, so my load position right here is about midline. And it slides. Okay. Then locks. So let's just try doing an unload right here. So we'll do 5, 1. Okay, so it wants to do that. Okay. Alright, let's try something. So I'm going to keep loading it and then unloading it. I need to see where I need the support to be. Alright. Let's do this. Alright, so freewheels it in, but it's not really, it doesn't want to freewheel it out. So let's try, so 5 is still selected. Let's press 1 again. Okay. So it's digging in there. So let's go all the way to the wheel hubs here. And I need to go rearward with it when I do this. I'll check chat here for a little bit. How's it going, Sanders? How's it going, CG? How's it going, Nixon? Yes, it's going to be used for Triton. Yep, I have some pictures on the Discord of it going in. How's it going, Fiat? I don't know Fiat. Thank you, Miles. Yes, all containers have tracks in the bottom. Nope. I'm not gonna, I don't change the channel. I'm not gonna have multiple spawned in. There's no real reason for me to have multiples. Post it in Creation Showcase there, CG. It's because of the seat control. It's the motors are on because. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the drives up here. I'll show you right now. I need to change those drives up. They're kind of annoying me as it is. So what I want to do is, where's my drive system here? I think it's this one. So let me change this to remote numbers. Okay. So the drive system is very simple here. All it's doing is it's 2. And I have the drive speed limiter here, and so I'm actually not going to do that. What I'm going to do is this. I'm going to change this up, so this is how I can do the electric motor, so less of a pain in the ass to me, is I'm going to make the increment point 0, 1, let's say, enable. I want a max speed of negative 0.05 to 0.05. All right, and then what I'm going to do here is, so that's going to hook in. Fuck, this isn't gonna work again. I really hate the remotes. A seat, I could do this exactly how I want to do it. The remotes, I can't, and it's really obnoxious how the remotes are, because what I would do with the seat is I would change it to reset 100%, and then I could do exactly what I'm trying to do now. Can't do it because of the way this stupidity works, and I also can't tune the speed, sensitivity, so that's bugging me. Alright, let's go like that. So that's one of the reasons that's aggravating the hell out of me, is I just can't get things tuned right because it's limiting. Alright, let's go back here. Yeah, it's like I can't, I just wish they would make the remote control so I could come over here and click on the remote control and configure it exactly like a seat. That's all I ask. Yeah. Dude, post the ship on the Creation Showcase on the Discord. You may post whatever you want there. How's it going there, Citrus? How's it going there, Daniel? Yeah, it's the same remote, so it's remembering the last thing I did, which is obnoxious. I wish it would just, every time I shut it off, it would forget it, but, there are certainly cases for that. I just wish it was more configurable, that's the issue. I understand why it's saving the controls, CG. I'm not saying that I don't understand why it's saving the controls. I'm saying that it is annoying that it saves the controls. No, I can't. It gets jammed up on the blocks, Miles. Nope, no interest in extra stuff. It's done. I just need to make some... it's working mostly 90% correctly. I just need to figure out this last part. I don't want it any bigger. The whole point of this thing is to be as tiny. This is as big as it can get, so... Alright, I'm going to get back to working on this here. It's frustrating me, so I just want to get it done. So I need to just figure mechanically out what I need this here. 5, okay. 3, okay, good. Connect, okay. So let's try a midline load here. Okay, so see, it doesn't like a midline load. It's very sensitive, and so it needs to be just past the center of gravity. That's the main thing, is it's very sensitive, the position into this, so I have to figure the exact position of where it can go. So it's gonna go, so obnoxious, I have to come and click this every time. Okay. All right, so see, like midline, it doesn't like it, but if that's why I need to draw it into the wheels here. Now the center of gravity is behind, so what's gonna do is as the weight comes onto here, it pushes this wheel down. As you can see, watch, it pushes that wheel down into the ground, and that causes it to slide on. So I probably need to do the reverse here, is get it there, but see what's happening is it's rotating those pivots. So let's go 4, and let's get this all the way to the end like this, because I need it here. So the problem is that's going to put all the weight on the left side. So I can't do that. I need the weight all the way on this right side to force the wheels down. So probably here is where I'm thinking. Then go 1. Okay, so its problem is it's pushing up like that. So I can't go all the way. Let's try a little bit off. Let's try right about there. All right. So I'm starting to kind of figure. I really don't want to put a mag all on the bottom for... I really would rather not have to use that if I can avoid it. So that's on the to-do list, but we'll see. Okay. So let's go ahead and we'll grab. All right, so let's drag it in. Let's go 1. All right, so let's try to go midline on this. Stop doing that. Let's see. Oh, do 3, please. Reconnect. Okay. 4. Forgetting my controls here. So let's say maybe there for a disconnect. All right. All right, so once the lift that front end up, so I could put a cheater bar, a sissy bar in the back. Really don't want to put magalls in here. I really rather not. It's because it has that short wheelbase, and there's not much I can do about the short wheelbase, so... I don't know why. Let's try one thing. I'm going to try to jam it in reverse when I disconnect here. So, I'll just try jamming it in reverse when I disconnect. Five. Okay. I keep hitting the wrong buttons, which is really not helpful. All right. All right, so we are now connected. All right, good. Let's try it in this exact position here, the load position. And then I will back it up as I go. So we need to go 5, 1, reverse. All right, the wheels start spinning too slow. I could put on like a cheater bar. Trying to think if I can put a sissy bar on there. Try like right here. All right, so see it's trying to drive. Doesn't like that. All right, so it's very CG dependent. Let's try something here. I need to get the center of gravity just right and figure out where it needs to go. I'll be out of chat until I figure this out. Click that for the 900th time. There we go. So it's grabbing on the back here a little bit. So I wonder if I get rid of some of this crap, if I can make this work here. So let's try test something here. It's like digging in the ground. Let's see mechanically what I need to do with this. Are these doing anything now? I don't think they are. Okay. Yeah, so like IRL, it's so important where your pivot point is. It depends on so much consideration for the strength of things. So. What the hell just happened? I deleted something I needed. Oh, come on. Fuck, just delete. What was there? I thought I checked everything. I deleted this. Okay, that was the frequency channel. All right. I just deleted the frequency channel. We'll fix it in a second here. So I'm trying to think this. Okay, so if I put it in this position, see the thing is when it loads, it spins the wheels freely. So watch, it loads. I'm not touching anything. The wheels spin freely. It slides it onto itself. It's not pushing itself off right, and so it's probably these rotating pivots here that's causing the issue there. So if I go 5 and try to push it off me, the rotating pivots are trying to push it up and not back. So, okay. And the issue with just sliding it off is it gets hung up. So let's see if I can just slide it off again. I was trying to unload it the way I loaded it, but we'll see. Let's play with this really quick, see if I can slide it off. I've tried sliding it off. I was doing that a bunch when I was trying to record that episode, the new episode of the Career Build series. And it was not behaving itself either, so. Cat, not right now, buddy. I'm stressed out. You bugging me. Okay. So let's drive in, hook it up. Okay. So let's try to do just a hard unload and see. So load's fine. It slides up and over, no problem there. So let's try to inchworm it off of me and see if I can make that work. What's up? Cat's driving me nuts. Dude, go away for like 20 minutes. I'm going to try to slide it off myself again. It's not my preferred way to unload this, but we'll see if I can get it to work. Because it's just, to keep it small, it's going to have real center of gravity issues, and it's gonna, this thing's light compared to that. That's the problem. Is it's very light, so. All right. Let me try. I'm gonna try slamming this off of me. So I'm gonna try. Let's see. Let's back it up. 5-1, and try to get the cart to move. Nope, the cart would rather rotate than move. Okay. Right, as long as I come up with a method. This is one reason I don't release some of the stuff in the workshop, is I also try to make things that are, you actually need to be an operator for. You need to understand the mechanics of it, how it works, and so, it's sometimes it's not great for the workshop because it's, I'd have 100 questions of how to operate it, where it takes some finesse, and I like to learn how to make the machine work itself, or learn how to operate the machine myself. Okay, so let's see. So if I go here, it's going to put the weight on this side, wheeling this side. So it should wheelie that backside, but it's not powerful enough. That's how sensitive it is. And so it's going to touch the top there. Okay. So you can see how sensitive it is to weight. All right. So let's see if I can just slide it off of myself. So we'll load it on, and then I'll just inchworm it off of me. I was doing that, but I was getting hung up on stuff when I was doing it in the CBS. Oh, fuck. All right. So let's just inchworm it off for now. So see, this is what happens, is it gets hung up. I can't push it off of me. And then I might be able to get it to push itself out here in a second. Yeah, so I can kind of do it. There we go. So I can do it. It's not elegant. I really wanted it to just behave itself and drive properly, but I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. So that's fine. It works. It's not as ideal as I would like it. So do a quick test here. Check up a chat in a second, but yeah, I'll just see. This is real. This is the most frustrating thing with it too. Is see this? These track segments want to overrun their track segment. They should have put a hard stop on these. So even if I put a block, get that out of there so I can see. See how this, and it wants to go asymmetrical, which is obnoxious. These track segments should, when it hits the end, they should stop, and it doesn't, and so it's freaking annoying. And I could make it stop if I had not the remote control. The remote control is. Like I said, it's not configurable enough, so. Why don't you want to grab, you scummy bag? Grab, grab, grab. There we go, okay. Alright. So, let's check, make sure I don't have 5 on. I don't. Okay, so 3. I'm going to go in. 4 inchworm. 4 inchworm again until it's centered. And that is centered. Okay, good. Now we're locked on the tracks. Stop over-rotating their linear tracks. Okay. Alright, so now I can drive this around and move it around the container port. We'll drive over to the airport, the runway, and then I'll drop it off. No, I haven't made a feature request for the controller yet. Yeah, I should do that at some point too. But yeah, if it was as configurable as the seat, it would be a piece of cake. It would be easy. It would be fine. I could get it running right. But it's they had to make the remote different, and so I really hate using a remote because of it. It's not as configurable as a seat, which is kind of gross. All right, so we'll say here. All right, good. Let's get off of this container. All right, let's unload. So I want to inchworm it in reverse, so... 4. 4. You know, like, see how it continues to move when I let go? That's because I can't configure the sensitivity on the remote. I could do it with a seat or a handle. So I've even contemplated putting a friggin' handle on this thing because, you know, if I had a seat on there, I could configure this to work perfectly, but it's that remote that's quite frustrating, so... You know, this is not really all that realistic to drag it off, but you could say there's ramps on there, you see. So then we're going to get to here. And then what I could theoretically do is press 1 and try to push it off myself like that. So it works. It's just not as elegant as I'd like. I'd love to unload it the way it is, so I'm not going to complain about it anymore. We'll just work with what I have. It's working all right. It's just not as elegant as I'd like, which is a bummer. I really don't want to make it bigger. It fits perfectly in Triton. I want to make it bigger, so... I wonder if it's getting hung up on these. I bet it's getting hung up on those too, so I'm going to take those off. I bet that's one of the places it's getting hung up on, so... Let's see if there's anything here I need. I don't think so. Okay. So, like, you know, I could set it so that it is... push instead of toggle for the tracks, and that would work beautifully for me, but the game won't let me do that, so I can't do it. Try something else here too. Let's grab you. Okay, and then okay, let's figure this out. Add a little weight. What I can't tell what this thing weighs now because that's in the way, but that's not going to do anything. Just leave it like this for now. I'm trying to think the mechanics of this. Yeah, it doesn't want to move the wheels when I push it off either, so. All right, let's get some lights working here. I need that. What is on this side? Lights on that side. Let's see. I'm doing radio there. Okay. So. Brakes, dial. Can't make this too huge either. I need to consider the panel I need to make. And I really have so little space for panelage stuff. Because I need this magall needs to... actually, this magall, theoretically, it can move up one. Let's try something here. Solve some of my panel problems here by doing this. Okay. And I wanted to put a face on this, so maybe I'll put a face on that. That will make me happy and get rid of my grouchiness. I was playing Tarkov earlier and caught a case of the grouchies really quickly. All right, there we go. And I want to make this have a face, so let's have a little fun here. Well, to cut the frustration down just a hair. So I just want to smile in there, I think. We'll do an indicator. It'll light up. Let's make some. We'll have some fun with it. We will have some fun with it, seeing it was frustrating me for a while, so I'll get payback by enjoying it. Probably don't even need this one, but... Check chat here, where we're at. They have plenty of rotating force. That's not the issue. Is the cart doesn't weigh very much, so it needs to have perfect leverage, or else it's going to. The cart weighs less than the container, so it has to have perfect leverage, or it's just not going to work right. So you need to get that perfect leverage going. So it's working well enough. I'm kind of done screwing with it right now. There we go. After pissing me off so much, it's now going to get to be a goofy goo. There we go. Alright. So now with that mag all up more, I should be able to put this whole floor pan, should be able to be a microcontroller. So what's that? Let's measure this. I'm just going to throw that in. That's going to allow me to do a bunch of stuff. So what do we got here? 9. Okay. Indicator 1. Okay. So we need brakes. Let's do this. Wheel brakes. Okay. Track brakes. Connector released. Connector released, okay. And I pretty much just need connector released, and then I need the mag all. Alright, so that's brakes. This is going to be track brakes, mag all. And then what was that? Connector release. We'll do an amber on that. So that'll be my color-coded lighting on that. That way I can just kind of see what the hell it's doing from a distance and I don't have to guess. Yeah, I think a little pass on some of these things would be nice for them to do. All right. check some node counts on these. Three, 5. What's on this one? 5. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15. Okay. So I could put everything in 1 here. Let's do that for now. We got 2. Okay, I'll just take all these. There we go. Drive, arm, arm. Okay, drive, arm, arm. How's this? Oh, okay, drive arm here. What? What's that all about? 3? What the hell's 3? 3 is linear tracks, okay. Three is linear tracks, okay. Okay, let's see. So what do we want here? This is gonna be park brakes. Just come on, click the right one. There we go. Magall. Let's see, what was the last one? Magall. And gripper release. This gripper release like that. Gripper brakes. No. I know I had it. Oh, I gotta figure it out. Track brake, mag all. Release connectors 3. Okay. Release connectors I need. Track brake, mag all, release connector steering. Okay. Release track and mag all. Release track and mag all. Release track mag all. Release. Okay, is that one? All right. Like this. Okay. And then steering up here. Alright, now I can do a bunch of the lighting now. It'll be a little easier to configure this and talk to each other. Check with chat in a second. I'm just kind of rocking and rolling here. I don't want to screw this up. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I merged them. Sides are merged. See? They're still going asymmetrical even though they're merged. Steering. Okay, arm 2. Okay. Arm 1. Drive wheels. What are you? Gripper release. Okay. You are Magall. Magall get deleted? Yeah, it did. Okay, good. Tell me it's not going to go right here. Yep, it needs to go up 1. That's fine, it can go up 1. It's just annoying. Okay. Do a bunch of electricity again. Park brakes. What's this all about down here now? Gripper brakes. Okay, so this is the release there. So when the hell's that? Oh, this is connector release. Okay, that's why. There we go. All right. All right, so that's good. Let's start writing this out here. Our park brakes is 1. I meant to do bool. so what's next here? Let's see. Look at them. All right, wheel brakes, track brakes, track connector mag, track connector mag. Track connector mag. Okay. Let's see. Composite needs to go from the radio. All right. Sure, I don't have any extra notes. The connector release. Okay. I think we're good here. Let's check electricity. Make sure my balls the electricity up, I'm sure. But, screw with that later. This goes there. It's fine. Let's see. What did I redo? Did I redo anything that needs doing here? I don't think so. This needs electricity now. Okay, that's good. All right, let's play with it. All right, so parking brakes on and the track brakes are on. That's good. Okay, one. Get on the right channel, you dope. There we go. All right, and then what is that light? I can't remember. Connector. Connector release. So let's press 3. Connector release goes off. Let's jump up here for the 900th time and press this button. That's the repetitiveness of it's what's bugging me most. It is hanging up on that panel, which is unfortunate. Okay, it's hanging up on a bunch of stuff. It's better before. Probably just bring it back to where it was. The fuck? Alright. I have no patience with this thing anymore, so we're going to go back to this version. I'm just going to use it. It works. It just doesn't work exactly how I want, but it works, so that's all I care about. Alright, so we're not going to screw with this anymore. I've had it with this thing. Alright, let's read some chat. I'm good. I'm done. Done with this thing. Working fine. Done. Let's see. Let's go, I don't know what the fuck. I don't want to know. Don't even know what I want to do next. No clue, FS. See what I want to do here. Get out of there. Let's go. Let's play in the container field for a little while. Moving around, see if I can find any other issues with this. It's nothing to do with limiting the power. It's none of those things. It's a physics thing that needs to have the right. Needs to be in the right position to operate, and it's just not ever going to be heavy enough. So that is it. You know, theoretically, I could put a cheater bar down there, but I'm starting to run out of space. Really don't have a lot of space for something like a cheater bar on there. So can't do that. That would run into stuff. All right, let's play with it for a little bit. I still have the speed turned up on this one. As you can see, insanity speed. Yeah, it's up too high. 0.03. There we go. So one thing I'm going to do is eventually I'm going to make a remote control station on Triton to control this so that I will control it from Triton. That will fix a lot of the issues. So much of it is it's this friggin' remote control system that the devs, they didn't make it the same as seats. So it is inferior because I can't switch things, I can't change sensitivities, I can't change from toggles to push, so it just makes it really obnoxious that I can't do some things I want to do with it. So. Best thing to do is when you're getting frustrated with something, Temple, is to stop and take a break and go do something else, or else it just pisses you off. And you don't make good progress when you're pissed off, so it is pissing me off, so it is best to take a break from working on it. You know, I was getting annoyed with it yesterday, and I took about an hour break, and I came back, and I fixed 90% of its problems in 5 minutes, because your mind is clear, you're not frustrated anymore, so I'm perfectly capable of doing this. You on? Circuit breaker on. Alright, so infinite electricity's off now. Let's do this. Okay, take it easy there, guy. What's it doing now? What the fuck is it doing now? Okay, I don't even know what it's doing. It's being weird. This is the default version, too. Probably had a bunch of, oh, you know what it was? It was the Mag-All. The Mag-All was on when I came because it had the memory going. There we go. Okay. What the fuck is it doing? I literally didn't change anything. I just brought it back, the old version that worked. Why is it fucked up now? Oh, good Christ. Obscures my vision. I can't see. Come on. Click, click, click. Jackass. There we go. Speed's better now. Yeah, this thing weighs nothing. That's one of its main issues. It just doesn't weigh anything, so the container easily tips it over. But it will be interesting getting this running remotely from Triton. That will be kind of fun. The other thing I wondered too, see, I was having issues before with over gripping the tires. It was actually not helpful because it's sliding a little bit, you know. Part of the reason the devs did all that slidey wheels is it accounts for a lot of problems. Like, you have to make a perfect transmission, you have to make a perfect clutch system if you want to work with high grip tires, or you have to make a good system. And, you know, if you don't, it doesn't want to work, you know, it's not going to work right. What the fuck is this thing doing? I really just don't understand now what it's doing. Oh, you know why? I didn't fix that issue. Okay. Something I fixed when I started working on it. Here. This. Nope. Oh, this would drive me nuts now. Why is the arm not working right? There it is. I just, like, it remembers everything except the channel that you left it on. It's like, dude, the one thing I want this thing to remember is what channel did I leave you on? Why is it acting crazy now? Okay, it's got to be on the old system that I fixed it. I bet that's what it is. Yep, that's on the old system, okay. What the fuck is that now? Okay. That's what's going on with the arm. Jesus. What are you doing to me? My brain's mush at this point, trying to fuck with this thing. 0.01. Okay. It's this. It's doing it now. Okay. Alright, so it's fixed now. It's fixed to where I want it. Alright. Let's take it down there. Save it really quick to the working version. And again, the one thing I want it to remember is the channel on the remote, and it's the one thing it doesn't remember. Alright, I'm going to end the stream here soon. I'm frustrated. Yep, I'm aware I can modify how the remote behaves with the micro. That's exactly what I'm doing. What I'm saying, the point I'm making, I'll make the point more clearly as I've had to repeat this 28 times, is what frustrates me is that it is not a coherent, consistent system between seats and remote controls. I shouldn't have to modify it through a microcontroller. I should have configurability in the remote as I do with the seat. That is the point. I understand that I can change it with the microcontroller. I'm having to repeat myself, and it's kind of bugging me. So I'm going to end the stream here. I'm just getting annoyed, and not good to be streaming while I'm annoyed here. So. All right, let's look this up. Alright, let's see if I can remember all my controls. 3. In. 4. Inchworm. 4. Before it hits the end of the tracks, hopefully. See, again, I've merged both of those, so they shouldn't be doing what they're doing, but they're doing it anyway. So that was a comment somebody made. Yep, I've already merged them. So it's all done. So it's the issue here is it's at the end of the tracks. If we look here, despite them being merged, as you can see, this one is on track and this one is running off track. And because that one's running off track, it is causing phantom forces. I have merged them to try to avoid that, and it is still doing it. So. All right. See you later, CF. Don't bother coming back, dude. So it'll be cool when I can get a remote control station on Triton. That way I can move some containers just sitting in Triton. It's a little more interactive doing like this, but it is kind of cool to just be able to sit here and do it. Can I see that far and do it from there? Dare I try this? Dare I try and I have no clue, like, perception-wise. It's tough to see. Alright, let's see. What do I need to do here? I need to do 4. And then I need to look at it. Okay, I'm out of range, I think. Alright. Okay, yeah, that was out of range. Get this small antenna so it doesn't have much range on it. On here. Alright, so that works as a good way to unload it. So it's unloading fine. Now it's just not as elegant as I would like, which is kind of obnoxious, but you know, kind of have to live with the way it is and not really let it bug me. Fortunately, it was bugging me for too long, so sorry for getting frustrated there, but I keep seeing the same comment over and over and over and over again. I know people are just joining, but it gets frustrating as it distracts me from what I'm trying to do, and then I forget what I'm trying to do, and then it makes it tough, so I just need to take a break from this for a little while. This is bugging me. Not having the calmest of days, so not really a conducive environment to doing this. Which is the front? That's the front. Okay, bang, stop. Okay, we'll get off of this so I don't get crushed. Alright. See, that's still doing that. That's the issue. See how they are joined together. It just doesn't like to... You know, it's another thing I wish the devs would do is... The other linear tracks have the up-down. They stop instantly, and I could do that with a seat. I could very easily do that with a seat where I turn it into essentially push buttons. And if I'm not pushing one of the buttons, it stops. That works. The problem is with this, it slowly stops, which causes it to ram into a hard stop and misalign and do a bunch of stuff. So it's, again, it's an issue with trying to do this as a remote control unit, which I wouldn't have that issue if I had a seat. So it's just kind of a frustration point there. There we go. Okay. Go this way. There we go. All right. Stop moving these before it causes issues. Okay. So it's working fine. I already did a test load of it in Triton. Maybe we'll do a test load. We'll load it up in Triton. We'll load the stuff up and go dump them off. It shouldn't have any. Should definitely work, but it has a power port, so I can recharge it. I'm interested how many of these I can do before the battery goes out. So like one thing I was doing when I started recording the career build series, and I had to stop because it was just I was trying to figure out how to unload these, and I was like, I gotta work on it some more. So, but as you can see, I can ride this sucker. I can't change, I can't zoom out though when I'm doing it. I don't do much in the way of, third person, so I keep forgetting that I can't zoom out in third person. I'll do a quick test recharge too, make sure this recharge is fine. Shouldn't be a problem. I think I hooked everything up right. It's just direct connect to the batteries. Alright, let's go there. Alright, so let's see. We want to inchworm this sucker up. So go in. 4. Am I going the right way? No, I'm not going the right way. That's the thing, is it's at the end of the track, so it's misbehaving now. Doesn't like being at the end of the tracks, so. Okay. So extend. It's backwards too. If I look on the starboard side, the boom going out and in there is backwards, so that throws me for a loop here and there. All right, let's go out. Grab, push. All right, those should be disconnected. Okay. See, like that's the tracks going crooked again. Just can't, there's nothing I can do about that. Not with the space I have. I just don't have the space for it. Alright, and then we can do 4, 5, 1. Alright, there, so it's working. It's just, maybe we'll name this the crab. It kind of looks like it has the kind of crab claws. There we go. So it's working. It's just you know, not as elegant as I'd like for an unload procedure. I kind of have to scrape it off there, and it breaks the brain thinking that that's not realistic. Let's go do a quick charge test here. You know, I could do some more elegant speed control too if I had a seat on here. You know, that's part of the annoyance with this remote, is it's just I can't do, like, there's so many things that are so easy to do if I had a seat, and it's, you know, having the remote be completely different than the seats is, I understand they, you know, they thought this was fine, but it's kind of sucky that it's not the same as a seat. That would just be much better. Check the batteries. So we're currently at, so we only used, you know, 26, less than that, 16 units there. So that's not bad. We got 2 containers for 16 units. We're going to do 5, so we're going to go nowhere near its max. And then each port we now have these electric connections, so we could charge it up really quickly. As you can see, and it's going to, so being electric's fine. It has 4 rope anchors to help load it, but I pretty much use the one on top to load it. Alright. So let's go ahead and we'll load it on Triton. Triton work. I'd find something a little bit more relaxing than banging my head against the wall with this thing. But it's working. It's working fine. It's just like kind of perfectionist with some of the stuff, and when it's not working exactly how I want, it's just a little bit annoying. You know, it's I would really like to see them just like make the remote control have all the functionality, but again, I haven't put in a feature request, so I really shouldn't complain about it unless I put a feature request in. You know, I can't, you know, like some people had questions about when you add extra wheels or do this or that or the other thing, and the reason it's the size it is this is what fits on Triton, so it can't be bigger. It has to be the size it is to fit on Triton, and I like its footprint right now, so I don't want to screw with that too much. Hiya. Alright, let's get damage off, so I can just leave Triton banged up against the dock and I don't have to worry about it. So one thing I want to do is I want to make an air drone for Triton as well. And so what I'm probably do is up here somewhere in the bridge, I'm going to put on a drone station. So it'll be monitors and control drones from the monitors. I might do that room in the front. That's an empty room. I need to do something. I might put a drone station in there. And I'll be able to control some of this stuff from here. So let's see. What's up with the electricity here? Oh, I don't have the electricity on, so I didn't go down to the engineering to turn the electricity on, so I have no electricity on, so that's why it was just running off a reserve system. There we go. Right, banged up against the dock here. Here we go. So this is the crane. Come on, come on, come on. Grab it, grab it, grab it. There we go. Alright. Let's hook up to this module. This is the winch module. It's close. Come on, come on, go up, go up, go up, go up. There we go. There we go, okay. Let's lift the lid so I can put this directly into the garage. Put it straight in the garage from here, so I just want to lift the lid. All right. Where am I down here? Okay. I need to reclamp this crane a little bit. I'll do that later. Meant to go down the other side. Beautiful. All right, let's get that detached. All right. Yeah, so if I want to build a drone for Triton to sit on the roof for some time, so that'd be a cool project to get after. Alright, let's go ahead and... So one thing I forget... See, I don't have a center position on this. That's the problem. Okay. There we go. Okay. Yep. Please don't drive off the dock. I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't do that there, guy. Thank you. There we go. Okay, there we go. Oh, good lord, it's starting to do a circle. Let's not let it... Come on, slow down there, dude. Starting to have a fit here. Let's let it... I need to get it down to the ground. Didn't do that last time. There we go. Okay, once the slack's off, we'll be good. So that is now loaded in. So this is the garage. Let's go put the lid back on the garage here. And I'll stop that winch. I don't know if the winch is still moving without a rope in it, but it is. Look at how close I am to the mast. What is it? What is it winching up? Is that a glitch? I thought it should stop winching once the rope, but it did do a funky nasty there for a second, so maybe there's a little glitch going on there. Put the lid back on. So we're gonna re-engage the lid button here. Yeah, having some sort of... There we go, it fixed it, so... Fix the winching noise there. Some bug. The lid back on. Probably about there, maybe. All right, there we go. Let's put a little more pressure on it. There we go. A little less right there. Okay, just need a little bit of back pressure on that. Help me spin it. Very easy to spin even heavy things if you most of the weight's taken up. You're just pushing it. You're not really having to take the weight. So. Okay. So there we go. All right. Third person. Okay, we do need to go down quite a bit here. Go up and then down on... Go up and then I need to just come down on the rope. So I'm trying to get it centered right over the hatch gap right there like that. There we go. And then I need to go down, so my perception was just a little bit off. Okay. Put a little bit of tension on the rope. There we go. Okay. And it has stopped so it won't fall all the way in the hole. Just some, you can see these little frame corners there that just protects it from falling all the way in the hole and being a pain to get out. And this is kind of like how some of the real ship lids work, because they have to crane them on and off, and they're just lids with locks on them. Bring up some of the tension. Went easier trying to get these in yesterday. Doesn't help I was feeding the rope out the wrong way, so it's got some slack in it. There we go. Let's see. Third person. We'll just check it so I don't have to run down again. All right, so just down, forward just a hair, and then rotate it just a hair forward. I have to fix the second segment of the boom. It doesn't move instantly because I don't have a clamp right. So, and what do we need to go? Down a little bit. Okay. There we go. I pushed the wrong button, which made it worse. Okay. just get my hatch lid stuck in there? I probably did. This is the annoying part about doing the hatch lid like this. I got it in on the first try yesterday, and now I'm struggling to get it out. There we go. Okay. I had it in the first try yesterday, and then you tried to do it here, and now it doesn't want to do it right. Okay. Do a little third person here, make it a little bit easier for me. I wonder if I could put guide ropes on there. Let's go down there and manipulate it a little bit. Make sure these are set to on. They should be set to on, the locks. I just want to double check them. Lock seal, true, yep. That really didn't help jumping on the panel like that. All right, just up a little bit. There we go, we're almost there. Ladder, please. I literally got it on the first try yesterday when I was doing it, and now it's being a pain. There we go. It's close, close, close. Okay. Very close now. Should be able to hit it in the hole, I think, and get it even better. A little tedious, but I like the crane work, and I like a manual control here. It's kind of... that's how they really do it, is do it with these panels like this. So I kind of enjoy doing it this way. Even though sometimes it can be a little tedious. This is actually relaxing to me compared to, like, before it was getting frustrating. This is super relaxing for me. Okay. Try to get this to gently rock on to the locks, and should be able to get that to seal. We're close. Okay, probably just like one tap of the down winch. We'll be pretty close to in position. There we go. Okay. There we go. We got to be close to this sealing itself off. Maybe one more little tap and should grab. Okay. There we go. I just get to grab. Oh. What is going on here? Why am I sliding around? Being picky today. So yesterday it grabbed really quickly. Let's cycle it, see if it'll grab. Could put some connectors on there too, but I'd rather not. They're a little bit bulky. But this, like I said, they grabbed the first friggin' time. I wonder if there's... see, one thing I'm curious about is if there's plate orientation, it has to go the right way back. I don't think it does, though. Because it's just grabbing the panel edges, so I don't think it matters. Check this controller here. Make sure this controller's set to lock seal true. Okay. Get this laid in the hole and test it. Yeah, I could, but like I said, I did this in the first click yesterday. It was like I literally just put it right in there yesterday. Struggling today to get it in there. You know, there we go. So it's sat now, and now all I need to do is make sure. Let's check this orientation directly above. Should be able to get it to set now. That's on. Okay. So we have to set the other door too. I need to separate those two locks. So let's go. I need to go really slowly here. Oh, come on, man. Oh, you know what it is? Infinite electricity on? Yeah, infinite electricity's on. Let me make sure those have electricity. They should have electricity with infinite electricity on, but I didn't think about that because I powered it up last time. It doesn't tell me. Let's go down here real quick and throw all the systems on. Because I have them powered on a certain system. Because it grabbed on the first try yesterday. Let's actually power the ship up. Okay. Take off infinite electricity. So this is the other hatch here, goes into the engine room. And then this is the hatch in question right here. So, but see, it has these corner pieces to keep it from falling in the hole. And those do get it close enough that it usually grabs them. Like I said yesterday, it grabbed the first try. I was shocked how much of a piece of cake it was to get it in yesterday, and now it's being obnoxious. I just rotate the head around here and try to jiggle. I'm curious. We'll do a test. I'll spin it around too if it doesn't grab here in a second, and I'll see if it's has something to do with if it has to be directional. Because you know, like I said, did it yesterday. Fine, no problem yesterday. So I'm gonna see. I have it real close now, so it's like it should be grabbing now. If it's not directional, it should be grabbing right now. Let's try to see if I can get the other panel to set, and then deal with this one later. Okay. Because this will kind of show me if it is directional, because if the other panel sets on the first try, it's probably directional, and they need to be in the same orientation as when they spawned. You see, this one is unset too because they're on the same system. So let me try to get it right in the money. There we go. As I attached both these panels this way yesterday, no problem. I might have taken a little bit of time, but this is a little excessive, so. See, that one grabbed. See? So I bet you it's directional. So what I need to do is, if it's directional, we're going to test it. I'm going to spin it all the way around, and I need to put arrows on this. So I'll put an alignment arrow here, and I'll put an alignment arrow on the plate, and that will tell me what side needs to be aligned where. Because I bet you that's what it is. Because like sometimes it did, like you see, this one's set right away really easily. This one should have set. It has a pretty wide grab range, kind of like a connector. But, you know, it's, I think that's probably what's causing. Is probably it needs to be directional where the panel has to be how it's spawned. So I bet I put the panel in backwards. Let's go all the way up. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a paintable on there. Like, you'll see that in a lot of doors that have orientation. They'll have, like, 2 marks. They'll do it on bolts in case bolts start walking themselves out. So, sorry for being grouchy earlier. Just start getting frustrated. I have a little bit of the ADD, and if I get distracted when I'm hyper-focused on something, it starts to frustrate me. So... don't handle the distraction well. I kind of had a screwy morning too. So. Let's go all the way up, and I'm going to rotate this 180 degrees. So, try to, you devil. Don't fall in the hole there, son. Don't fall in the hole, me son. Okay, let's get you pushed around here. Right, so this is 180 here, if I can get this pushed all the way around. Okay. So stop it so that it doesn't go past 180. Just give it a second to settle. All right, good. So we're 180. Let's not try to touch. Don't jump on the panel, you ding dong. I don't need to shake anymore. So I've had a suspicion for a little while they're directional, and this would be a good time to test it out. Because if it's directional, that, like I said, you know, that's the plan. Is I'm just going to put a little mark on it, an alignment arrow, which, you know, you get realistic. You get panels often have that, like manhole covers will have alignment arrows, stuff like that, alignment spots, and you see align the two alignments up, and then you know, they'll hook. Okay, so let's, we want to come right. If I can jostle this right a little bit. It needs to come down just a hair. Let's take, see? Yep, absolutely 100%. That's it. You don't understand my hatch locks? I'll show you. So that's it, 100%. They're, yep, thermite. It's definitely directional. I've had a sneaking suspicion this sucker was. See how easy it was when it's directional? So that's fine. I just need to put the arrows on there. I'll show you in a second there, X-Horse. So we'll recall this. So that works well. So you see how the vehicle goes in. That's why I was like, when people are like, oh, just make it, you know, add wheels and this. It's like, it can't be. It has to fit in here. It needs to be the right size. Let's see. So what we'll do here is, I will get this. And we'll go, additive paint, screw you, additive paint. There we go. Yeah, sorry for being grouchy earlier. It's just I get frustrated when I get distracted sometimes. I don't mean to be a prick. All right, there we go. So that's this alignment arrow, and then we'll put one here. So, and I'll show X-Horse the how this works. Ah, come on, get out of there, you. I want paintable sign, not indicator. Okay. There we go. So this will be this will make it a little bit easier to do this in the future. There we go. So there are my, I think I want to put a black outline on it. All right, so there are the two alignment indicators, so they'll point at each other. You need to put the two arrows aligned. And I'll just go like this. And I'll show you the locks here in a second. XRS. Okay, so the way these, let me see, did this get, I think it's under the wall. Yep, it's under the wall, okay. So the way these locks work is if you, let me save this before I forget. All right, so if you go to the regular, to these custom doors, you don't need to put a hinge on there to make these panels work. You just go like this, you put in your four corners. Okay, go there. All right, and then you want to do, let's see, we do door frame edges. And these are watertight. All right, and then you want to put your door in there, so you'll go, so what you need in here is you need a couple, you don't need a couple, you could do it with one, but I use two symmetrical ones. And then if you grab these door frame controllers here, Xorus, you go like this. And then if you look here, they have a lock seal, so you need to actuate the lock seal. And this is seal state. It will tell you if it's sealed or not. So for example, you could have a light that would tell you, you know, your seal's not working. And so you, then you want to put in a door in here. So we can go, oh, come on, man. Actually, you know what I'll do this. Now I'll put a door in the middle. Like so. And then you want to go back to the door frames. You want to put in your door frame edge. Not the door frame edge, your door edge. Door panel edge. Like so. And then your door panel corners. Alright, and so now that's the door, and then what I do is I just use a toggle button. And what you do is you hook this to there, and then you do the, click on your toggle, and do default state is on, so that when it spawns, it will be on. And we'll just hook a battery up so this works independently. And that, and then to the door frame. I guess the door frame controllers don't need the battery. They don't? Okay. They don't have electricity. So you spawn it. Yeah, it's just the thing underneath the container mover. Hopefully it doesn't crush it. So did I hook it up right? Did I hook the toggle up? I think I forgot to hook the toggle up. Let's hook the toggle up. Yeah, I didn't hook it up to this one. I'm surprised they don't have electricity. And so it should spawn in and lock that seal. Yep, there we go. So see, it spawned in and it locked the seals. So both seals are locked, and then when you click it, it falls in. And so what I do is to make it so that it doesn't fall, because if, like right there, if I did that, it would fall all the way down in the hole. And so to keep it out of the hole and make it not look disgusting, I go and, can I see under here? Probably not. It's too tight. But anyways, I just put, if you look in these doors, I put on one of these corner pieces. And that prevents the door from falling in, so it will fall down and it will land on these corner pieces. And that way it doesn't end up in your hole. And then you can pull it out. So they are directional. That's one thing I didn't know was, so these arrows are now going to tell me that which direction. So what happens when I took the panel off, I spun it around 180 degrees, and then I was trying to put it on backwards. It didn't like it. So this will work like that. So that's how you can make these custom doors and do that. So makes sense. Do they have attachment capacity? I don't think so. Yeah, I can't think so. Yeah, so it's good to figure that out. So it's directional. Yep, definitely nice to figure that out. Let me just catch up on you guys. Yep. So you know, people have often screamed out. They're like, "Why don't you just put a hinge on there?" It's like, I want to do it the way they do it IRL. You know, they lift their hatch lids off with crane, and then they'll have one over the engine bay. So for example, imagine if you had an engine this big and this was one of the cylinders and you need to replace the cylinder sleeve. you would use, I was gonna make, I made a gantry crane, but it was just like, it just adds, like, I screw up my lights, and I'm never actually gonna pull a cylinder head out, but you would, you know, like, these are huge, of course, and so you're talking about, like, say you had to replace your compressor, you know, or you had to replace, you know, part of your DEF system, you had to replace a generator, you had to replace the entire harbor generator, you know, you would pull this hatch lid off, and then you would use an internal crane, and, you know, it doesn't help that this is in the way, but you would take the big parts, and then you put it here, and the crane could offload them onto the dock and load the new parts in so that you could, you know, fix the ship. So that's what I have. I have a couple of these hatches. You can also make them permanently attached, so you can use them for looks as well. But that's it. Does it say only one tooltip? That's interesting. Yeah, these have two and they work, so I don't know. That's interesting. Yeah, this one has one on each side. I wonder if that's why it's directional. See, this one has one, and this one has two, so I don't know, it seems to work. Interesting. Yeah. I don't know. I'll do further testing. Yeah. Probably makes sense to have one. Like, this door has one. This one has two, so maybe that's why it's directional. It has two, but yeah, it seems to work for now. So as long as it's working, we'll leave it. Let's see what else we're going to do here. Yeah. Getting away from that little remote control, you know, aberration was as good. It was bugging the hell out of me. Again, apologies for being grouchy. It's just, that was just frustration central, that thing. It was just, I don't know why, but it was getting me. What is up with this? Huh, these aren't symmetrical. Oh, you know what it is? It's this here is, I need the space from Remora. And this goes all the way to here, so it would go, I think, 2 blocks too far. That's why I did this non-symmetrical. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm thinking it's still directional, even if you have the one. It makes sense because the intention is to have a hinge on there and make it a door. And so I think it's like an unintended use the way I'm using it. So it would make sense they just made it directional so that it just works, you know. And then, you know, I have the door spinning, but works well now. We have an alignment indicator, so I know which side needs to be on what, so that's goob. Let's see, what else does thou wish to do here? Try to do a little bit of Triton. It's good to get away from that thing. That thing was Frustration City for a while. It works really well now. I'm happy with it, but it was Frustration Simulator 2023. Let's get rid of the container mover. So the container mover was working fine. It's just that one little unload thing is why I just spent like an hour and a half working on it. Was I wanted it to unload differently, you know, and it's just not worth it to get it to work 100% of how I want it. It's currently working like 99% of how I want it, so I won't let it frustrate me. Let's see. Okay, that's good. Let's see. What else did I want to work on here? I started doing this. I don't know if I want to do it or not. One thing is I'm really not a huge fan of my man overboard boat. I was thinking of rebuilding that. I'm trying to think. Let's look through some of my builds, see what I want to work on. Yeah, I put a little outboard on the man overboard boat. I almost never use it, so I was like, I didn't want to spend a ton of time working on it. I never use it anyway, and I was like, started trying to put it back together, try to start it up again last night, and I was just like, why am I working on this? There's no point. So, but I'm pleased with the size of that container mover. It's tough to get it tiny, and the, you know, part of the reason why it can't unload itself the way it loads it is it's just not heavy enough. You know, and it's just, I'm never going to be able to solve that problem, and then it makes it so that it's heavy to go on Triton, so it's like, you know, that's why I was unreceptive to some of those ideas. Is it's like, you know, I have like this thing has to have a lot of things going for it, and it has most of them, and so I don't want to rip it open again. I have 2 days to finish this fire truck, so probably let's work on the fire truck a little bit. I have 2 days till the competition. It says that it's due the 18th. I don't know what time zone they are. I should probably ask. I'll put a quick message in the JSI Discord. Does anyone else participate in that JSI challenge? Let's see. All right, it says it's due September 18th. So I'll go put a quick... How's it going there, 737? How's it going there, Al? Sorry I missed you. Yeah, using the container like a skateboard. Yeah, that was one thought I had, Rasmus, using a Delta. That was a thought I had as well. Yep, that was, I was thinking of that for a while, use a Delta for movement. I might try that at some point. I'm not going to get back into that. Hermit Crab's a good name for it, too. It definitely, the front of it's starting to look like a claw. OSHA manual exploded after I fell in, yeah. Every time I walk around something like that, I'm like, oh yeah, OSHA's gonna be pissed. Alright, let's see. Let's start working on this fire truck. I want to get that done. You know, I need to see where it's at now, because it's like, I don't think I have much left with it, but I want to give it a run and see, make sure this is good to go. Of course, you know, as you know, the workshop page is a... I might maybe work on the workshop page a little bit too. I do envy many of you your workshop pages. That's when I do the challenges. The workshop page can be a pain sometimes to get a good workshop page going. It's one of my least favorite things to do, and it's why I give points essentially for the workshop page. Is it's like it's definitely effort, you know, and it's you know, you should get some points for the effort. What is up with the doors? Okay, I don't have all the electricity hooked up, so that's good to know. Alright, so I need to hook up all the electricity. So dome light comes on. I see somebody else was making a tiller. I don't know if they're making it for the competition or not. Have back seats. Alright, good. I'm digging the general outside aesthetic. Is working well for me. I like the diamond plate steps. Came out nice. We have some fake panels, some not fake panels in here. A little paint there. This would be transmission axis. Okay. Let's go ahead and I'm just seeing if I see anything glaring that I have to work on. Okay, the light. I want to put... am I going to put a light in each of these? Probably not. I might do... You know what I'll do? Dare? Oh my god, this is going to be a pain. I was going to do paintable indicators. Going down for lights, maybe. We'll see. See if I want to go that extreme on it. But hatches there. I don't like the thickness of the hatches, but in order to get the paint around there, I have to do it. So, all right. Then, did I do a water control panel? I thought I did. Maybe I didn't. No, right here. Nope, that's not it. This is the water control panel. Okay, so this needs to be hooked all up. So this is my supports, electrical cable, and hose for filling this. And then we have supports out. So I'll go ahead and we'll drive it a bit, and then we'll I'll unfold it. I'll run the ladder. I want to make sure the ladder's working flawlessly, or as close to flawlessly as I'm going to get it. Check out Siren. I need to put a little bit of detailing in the interiors of both cabs. Alright, we'll leave it in neutral, rev up to get the air pressure up. City horn, air horn. Alright, air pressure is over 20. Tractor, trailer, in gear. Put on left directional. right directional. Right directional's on. Right directional. Okay. And we'll put on the hazards. Alright. This is not the best place to drive this. I wonder where JSI is going to test it, because it will hit the ground. It's designed to be a city truck. It's not designed to be an everywhere truck, so need to be a little bit careful with where it goes so it doesn't bottom out. I'm just gonna try not to shut off damage. Do a quick tail steer here. So tail steering up, steering the wrong way. So there we go, tail steering a little there. Let's go slow and try to find the path. This is like, they definitely improve with Industrial Frontier, fixing some of the roads. It's just tough. Like, this is a high center spot here. That's what it's called, is high centering. When you hit the middle of the trailer, you have to come across it like this to not high center. So, just got to be careful we don't high center. But it is designed to be a city truck, you know, so it's not really designed to be smashing around on these off-roads. Take it easy over this here. Try not to smash it up. Okay, made that fine. Trolley brake, space. I'm getting fast here. I gotta be careful I don't smash it going up over some of these hills. There we go. Okay. Takes a little bit of care going off-road, but, yeah, be on a city street. No real place, I don't think, on the map where we have, like, really congested area where we can drive around. It would be cool if they put, like, a little, doesn't have to be a full city, but, like, just kind of like a downtown. A little bit maybe over at, not a Holt, what's the, Sawyer South kind of has a little bit of a town where I recorded the court scene for Vice. So it definitely likes Industrial Frontier better. The roads are much flatter. I can go full speed around Industrial Frontier. But again, you know, this is driving off-road in the mountains, so kind of expect it to hit things. It does. It has two horns. It has a city horn, and it has an air horn. So city horn is, you know, you don't want to, like, scare people. You don't want to be blowing eardrums out. You hit the city horn. And then in emergency, you'd hit the air horn. So it's actually not doing too bad. Like, I have damage on. Let me just double check. Nope, damage is off. Okay. Turn damage on. Probably like two culprits where I think maybe I would have damaged it if I hit it as hard as I did. But trying to take it easy here. And then once I get on the highway, we can bang. But it's handling off-road pretty reasonably for the fact that it's a city truck. So. You know, and I don't want to screw with, you know, at one point I was like, oh, I could raise it a block, but the issues are, then I'm putting a lot of the, I need the center of gravity very low for the ladder to work right, so start putting stuff up too high just to appease, you know, driving an on-road truck off-road is really not too many liability for that. You know, I end up losing a lot of stability by doing that for no good reason, really. So we'll hit the highway, and then we'll go down to Komodo. I have it topping out around 55. I can make it faster, but I don't want it faster. Is that just greater likelihood people are smashing into stuff? It's better to 55 is more than enough. The area around here is not all that. It's not all that far, and it's I'm going to go in first person for the highway when I get some speed. All right, we'll do tiller here. So we'll tiller out. There we go. Tiller around the corner. There we go. Nice. Oh, my tack isn't hooked up. I got to hook the tack up. So tack needs to be hooked. Okay, tack is the only one I'm missing. So I'm in 13th gear now. I'm going 45. Maybe I'll make it a little bit a hair faster, so I'll do the final drive ratio a little bit higher. I think I've had enough siren for a little while. I think I can run with lights, but the siren can go. I'll just get a couple screen grabs here. I need to make the workshop page too, which is always exciting. I might bring it up a gear just to try to get the speed up a little bit. It's not, 46 isn't terrible, but it's, I'm afraid of people smashing it when, their own driving. It's kind of keeps its speed under control. It's big, it's heavy with all that water, and it has a lot of battle cannon pieces underneath to keep the ladder operating properly. So I don't want it too. Maybe we'll stop the chemical plant. Do this at the chemical plant. Yes. So somebody could sit in the trailer and they could steer. It's an or, so I can either do it from my cab using the left-right arrows, or if I sit in the cab, I think it is the AD. So you can sit in the seat in the trailer and you can do it, or I could do it, as you can see from the cab here. So it's you can do it either place. So the radio actually sends the signal to run the cab steer. So I can do it either place, which is kind of cool. That way, you can run it solo, you can run it with somebody else, and it works. We'll go up to the chemical plant here. Komodo's not that far away, but there's no real point to go to Komodo. It was just for funsies. So, like, these turns are really tight, and so that's what this tiller is good for, is I can, like this turn in the chemical plant is tough if I didn't have the tiller. Yeah, I think it's good to have it so you can do it with multi and single. I think that's always beneficial. It's one of the reasons why I do like my winch systems the way I do them, is you can control it from a panel inside the vehicle, or you can control it from the harness. So if I'm solo, I can run it from the harness. If I'm, if I was with somebody, I could have them control the panel and run the winches, so it's, that way, if you did multiplayer with what, like Katie did, or you did with Night Owl, you could take 2 rescues up. You could have somebody down there swimming, putting 2 in at a time. The person in the aircraft could be bringing them up. So like this turn would be a nightmare. It wouldn't be terrible. Like the roads are reasonably wide, but with the tiller, it's no problem. It's a little bit of a pain if you didn't have the tiller. So like you would want to cut all the way up to the left side here to get in naturally, but I can cut in early and then tiller around like so. With the tiller, I don't have to run it like a tractor trailer. And then, like, to get this set up for a fire, you would want to come in and use the tractor to jackknife it. So it's good to have the tiller as I come in with the tractor to jackknife, and I'm going to keep the trailer off tractor like this. And I'm going to set the tractor up like that. And then we'll back up. Are my reverse lights working? I don't think my reverse lights are connected. We'll have to see. Yeah, my reverse lights aren't connected. That needs to be added. So you would jackknife like this. And then we set the brakes, put it in neutral. You wouldn't leave it, if you shut the tractor off, you would not leave it in neutral. You'd leave it in its lowest forward gear. But since we are, I'm going to leave it running, leave it in neutral. Okay, and then we want supports, so we're going to run out the support panel. Okay. Let all those lock up. Okay, those are nice and consistent now. Get in the back here. Grab my handle if I can. There we go. Come on, you grab. Come on, you grab. Grab. There we go. All right. Let's see. I don't. Spacebar unlocks them. I need to add that on there. So I have the ladder sped up a little bit now, so it's a little bit more utilitarian. 6 is spray. Get that going. Did I break something on my sprayer? All right, I'm going to start making a list of things I need to work on this. All right, so let's see. Fire truck. I need electricity. So that will tell me just to go through and check all the electricity. Tack. I need the nozzle not spraying. That could be a number of things that cause that. If I put a hole in the water tank somewhere when I was putting these in, it could have done that. So yeah, I need to hook up these. So let's see. Control panel. All right. Interior design. Interior design. There we go. Okay, let's get that. It's a little bit the rotation's a little bit off, but it's not terrible. Like, see, it slowly will slide back. It's not the end of the world. And then I'm gonna have to have it where, like it says in the instructions, is like just reset it. Press 1, 2 if it binds up. It's like that's all I had to do is press 1, 2, and it's working now. You see how they're trying to move to the right. Trying to see what's up with this. See, I'd have to lower the p-value. I'd have to increase the p-value to get that to lock out the rotation, to get it to stop it really hard. So I don't know what I want to do there. Get that to stop rotating on me. It's got a pretty good reach. Content with most of that stuff. I get another good screen grab here. I need to do some workshop pages. It has a pretty good reach on it. So there's two ways you want to do the ladder: away from the cab or towards the cab. So this way, it's trying to push down the supports, plus it's trying to push down the truck. And of course, the truck's not going to be able to be pushed into the asphalt, so it makes it nice and stable. You know, if you did the truck sideways, the truck is really not giving you all that much. Let me see. I'll catch up with some chat here. I said hi to 737. Hello again. Have you ever flown the 737? 737. Yep, truck has day and city and air horns. Yep. Yep, that's yeah, I like the steamships like that, especially those old-timey builds. It's fun when you can have somebody else controlling a bunch of that stuff, and it's also nice when you can kind of go out yourself. And you know, it's like, it's one of the reasons why I use no clip a lot in the career build series. Is it's like it's one guy operating a huge ship with a helicopter and some boats, and of course you'd have like 20 people in that ship. So it's like, you know, the expectation for me to run around, it doesn't make any sense. You know, it makes more sense to, okay, you know, I'm the guy commanding the helm. Now I'm switching to the character who flies the helicopter, and so, you know, they would be different people, so just no clip over there, you know. I wasn't opposed to the whole reason I built this was so that the rear axle and the trailer could steer. That was the whole reason. That was the plan. That was the whole reason I built the tiller truck was. So I don't. maybe there was confusion earlier, but the whole reason to build a tiller truck is to have that trailer steer itself. You know, that's the whole reason I built this. Whoa, whoa, crushing the cab, crushing the cab, crushing the cab. Don't crush the cab. So like this is one of the most stable things. There's no way in hell that ladder is going to lift up the whole trailer. And then with it out like this, the ladder is going to try to lift up the entire cab of the truck and rotate the trailer. That's not going to happen either. So it doesn't want to go all the way around now, so kind of annoying. I have to look at it. I have to look at some other 360 rotation systems. I've done it before, and I need to tune this in so it works 360 properly. I'm doing a velocity pivot now too, so I don't know why it doesn't want to work. I need to work on this turret. This turret's just not doing exactly how I need it to do. It's actually a velocity pivot's running it in there, so I need to see what's up with it. Oh, so that needs to be limited a little bit so it doesn't hit me. And then there's the nozzle moving, all right. Okay, nozzle, rotation. Okay, so this is jamming up. This could be causing some phantom physics problems there, so I need to work on that. And then the hose is pulling on it, so that's not good. That causes phantom physics problems, so some of that stuff's just pain because of the phantom physics. I gotta work on that. All right. Let me take this hose off and see if this stops some of the phantom physics. Some of this ladder issue is phantom physics, I'm thinking. Let's get this aligned where it's not causing phantom physics the best we can, like right there. Yeah, so that stops some of the phantom physics. I have to deal with that. Okay, so that hose was causing some of the issues here. Not all of them. Yeah, see, so now it won't let me rotate the ladder to the right. So I need to work on that system. Get it to work 360 properly. But, alright. I'll bring it back, so... It's getting there. I'll have it done in time, but it's just some small things here and there. Let's see where we're at here. Yep, OSHA for crushing the cab. Yeah, you wouldn't want to put it over that thing. You'd break the cab, but I was just talking stability-wise. You'd want to go away from the cab because you wouldn't want to drop anything in the cab, or if the hydraulics blew, you know, it would land on the cab and crush the cab. So you'd want to go away from the cab, but, you know, I'm just talking about stability-wise. Stability-wise, if you put it over the cab, it would push down and it would keep it stable. So as context is just the how it's more stable that way. All right, start working on my list. Let's check electrical connections. All right, I'm going to leave these connected. Let's see. All right, I'm going to leave these connected. I'm going to save this, and this is going to be JSI challenge. I don't know, man. Try to decide. If I'm gonna keep them separate, and then for the JSI challenge, when I put them together, I'll put them together because I don't want to have to separate them later to make changes. So when I'm ready to submit it, I'll put them together. All right, so let's work on electricity here. So I had some electrical issues with the doors. Doors need to go there. Door goes there. This goes to here. Okay, you are going to there. And then this needs to go to the door. Right, you go there, and then to the door, and then to here, and then to this door. Okay, so that's all the hot bus stuff. This needs to go hot bus, so this can go here. Hot bus is just the one that's always powered. And then this stuff here, all my lighting, needs to go to my other lighting. Oh, wow, I didn't hook up most of this electricity, did I? Okay. This will come up. We'll hook lighting up. Thought I had gotten further on the electricity on this. That's how a build can get away from you right before you try to submit it. What is those? What is that? Oh, okay, those don't even need to be connected. Okay, I thought those were the light bar. It's not. It's the empty equipment racks. And then this is the side directionals there. Okay, that's all hooked up. What are you, alternators? Engine starter and alternator. The starter will go to the... Where's my relay? What happened to my relay, man? Did I accidentally delete the relay out? Is this why my electricity's all screwed up? It is. I thought I had finished this electricity. It's the relay got... I deleted the relay at some point. Did I? No, it's right here. Okay, good. So this is hot. This is the cold side, and the hot bus is on the other side. Okay. So you need to go to the hot bus. That's hot bus. Okay, lights can go hot bus. That way I can shut the key off and still run the lights. Physics sensor, it will go to something. Physics sensor, so this is a light. Hook all the lights together. That's a light. That's a light. That's a buzzer. That can hook into fine. I don't care. That hooks in. Okay, and then you can just hook there. All right, good. This is sensor. We'll hook this in on the powered side right there. Okay. Lights are hot bus. What are these? These are lights that go up and connect. Okay. Mirrors are on the hot bus because I want to be able to sit in the seat and have it act and behave like a mirror. 1, 2, 3, 4. These are all hooked up here. What are you? You are the key. The key needs to be hooked to the hot bus or else it won't work. Key is hot bus or else that won't work. These are connected to the fellow panels. Okay. Panel. Okay, good. Panelage can go to the cold side. Okay. What are you? Panel indicators. Okay. Work lights can get hooked up to lighting. Which I think that's got that running as lighting. Light cord needs to go to the hot bus. This one is not hooked to anything. That's hooked, that's good. Transmission needs to be hooked up to the starter. Starter is going to hook up to the radiator. Radiator is going to hook up to the cold side. Okay. Alternator is going to hook up to the hot bus. Alright. Fifth wheel is hot bus. Alright, good. Let's save this. Right. So that is electricity on the tractor. Pretty good. Tack. Let's do the tack. Let me see where we're at, guys. Yeah, it's always dangerous. You don't want to put anything on the cab. That's why I like the dump trucks have the little shelf over there. You know, I used to run dump trucks, and we used to get pissed at guys. They would put the front end loader over the cab. And be like, dude, put it over the back. Don't put it over the cab. You know, you put a rock through the cab, you're in deep trouble. Yeah, I need to rework that nozzle. It can come down as well, and then I'll put some sort of slack device in there. I need to check the tachometer. Tachometer. Okay, tachometer is there. And then I have tach is there. RPS, battery. Okay, battery needs to plug in. Okay, battery plugs in. Where's the Alright, let's check the tach. Tach Okay, this is the TAC micro, so RPS comes up. Let's see what it is. RPS is off of the crank, okay. It's going out to the TAC, so was that an electrical problem? Let me see. I don't think it was, so let's check the electrical problem. Nope, it's plugged, plugged. Okay, that's good. Let's check the TAC microcontroller. Microcontrollers are a little bit of a pain right now in here. Let's see where the hell it is. Tractor micro. All right, let's look and find it again. What panel is this part of? Tractor micro. Okay, TAC is part of tractor micro. TAC right here. Okay. I don't have the RPS plugged in. That will do it. Okay. That'll do it, pig. That will do it. That'll do it. Okay. That should fix the TAC. I'll do a final test on it, but I'll check it. Control panel, and then... okay, let's save this truck again. Let's just quickly check everything. Make sure it's good. I want to make sure my, I had an issue with the cab over. I need to change a p-value, so I want to make sure this doesn't have that p-value issue. The cab over had a too low of a p-value, and the TAC would eventually, it would slowly decay until it would stall. So I want to make sure this one looks like it's still on the up trajectory, so that should be fine. All right, TAC is running. Let's rev up, get the air going. What's my, let's find my low value. I'm going to change the air brakes, especially seeing there's a competition. I don't want them to have to, like, pull their hair out trying to figure this out, so. I'm going to see where it sits. I'm going to let it just stabilize, and I'll put the, you know, like, I don't mind making it extra complicated for myself, but when, like, it's for competition or something else, I don't want people to be aggravated trying to run it. All right, eventually see what stabilizes here. All right, so we'll say 290. So it's 290 divided by 60. 4.8. So as long as we're over like 4.5, I'll say. Let's see, where's the air brake controller on this? I put it in the TTIS. I think I put it in TTIS. Air brakes. Spring brakes right here, 20. Okay. X plus Z divided. Okay, so that is the readout. Where am I building up brake pressure is the question. I can't remember. Trailer brakes right there. Trolley brakes. How the hell am I building up this air pressure? Hopefully I can do this for real once the when the update comes out. Pressurization update. Hopefully I can make some real air brakes. So I assume we're going to get pressure gauges. If we get pressure gauges, then we can build up air pressure, and I can actually have it read the air pressure. So let's see. Okay, so that's just reading the gauges, and so I need to see where this is producing the air. So it's got to be somewhere in here. Speedo TAC. RPS. Pump clutch radiator, air manifold. Clutch, alternator, speedo, TAC. Where the hell is you? Mr. Air Brakes. So that's all the readouts there. Brake pressure right here. Alright, so reading brake pressure is coming up here. What's going on here? RPS, okay. So RPS is coming down here. RPS is, okay, here it is. So brake pressure increase RPS. Okay, so this will make this, what was it, 4.8? So that will build up full brake pressure at idle. And so that will make it, it would do it at IRL. You would, unless you have a really bad leak, it will build up at idle, but I kind of made it a little bit different. So now we'll start with no brake pressure and then start up. So we have no brake pressure. As soon as it gets up over like 2.9, 290 rather, you should start seeing it building up air pressure. It's 4.8. 4.8 times 60 is 288. Make it a little bit lower. Might make it like 4. Okay. Let's see where we're at here. Right here. Let's make it 4. Screw it. Make it 3. I just want to, again, I want it to be easy, you know. It's not for me to run and for me to like get my giggles off of having air brakes. It's just for the, I don't want JSI to pull the hair out or have to ask me or have to like be confused by it. You know, it just doesn't do anybody any favors. Why is this still doing? I must have it 2 places. So yeah, it still doesn't want to build. Let's see. It's not too bad now. I'll just put it in the instructions. Okay, so air pressure's up. TAC is working. Headlights are good. Let me check everything. Heads runnings are on. Good. Okay. Dome light. I need to shut the door for dome light, but the dome light comes on. The back dome light, I already realized that's fine. I'm not going to worry about that one. That's there. With the doors closed, the dome light goes out. When I turn on dome light, they both come on. And then we have high beams. I can see the switch there, so it's making a switch. Okay, work light is these back lights. Those are shining. Okay, work lights are running. Good. Mirrors. Drive mirror left. Drive mirror right. Passenger mirror right. Passenger mirror left. Okay, so we can move the mirrors. Good. Trolley brake. Can't do it without the trailer anyways. Jake brake. Supply trailer. Those both work. I know that. We have fuel. We have air. We're good there. Fire extinguisher in here. Let's see what else we need. Can't do too much equipment and decorating in here. I don't really know how much I want to or need to do decorating in here. It's kind of bland, but I don't care. All right. Check a couple outside things here. This is good. That operates fine. Let me make sure everything's good with infinite electricity off. That's one of the testing. I need backup alarm, and I need, let me put those on the list. Backup alarm and reverse lights. So rev lights and backup alarm. Rev, lights, and alarm. Okay. So I tested work lights. Work lights are working. Yeah, it has a city exhaust on it underneath that doesn't need to be, you know, fording deep waterways. It's a city truck. All right, let's check the alarm and stuff. So this is my reverse lights. Should be hooked up to the transmission's reverse. Okay, and likely it is a additive issue. Yep. Additive issue, okay, and then reverse should also be going to reverse alarm. Reverse alarm, okay, right here. And then that needs to go out to the alarm, so we need to find an alarm. Did I put one in here? What is this? That is the buzzer, that's probably the siren. And we have a space for a reverse alarm that kind of right there, I think. Put it in the pumpkin. Put it in the pumpkin. Alright, so it's sitting in the pumpkin now. I need electricity. That will go on the hot bus. And then we have a reverse alarm right here. That will go to that. Okay. Let's check it. So we're looking for lights and reverse alarm. I need to tune it, but okay, this needs to be hooked up to a hot bus. The shifter needs to be hooked up to the hot bus. So let's hook the shifter up. Here's the shifter linkage, goes to the hot bus. Okay, and we'll test this out. Usually warning one, I think. Yeah. Yep, that's the one. Okay. Alright, so shifter's now in position. Alright, good. Directional. Directional. Okay, let's check the, not that I need it connected, but I want to check all my light cord and everything. Light cord's not going to really do anything, but it's connected. Okay. Electricity going through the light cord. It is. That's on the hot bus, so that's good. That's all hooked up. That radiator's good. Radiator connection. I doubt this sucker overheats. We'll do a speed test at some point. Take it at Industrial Frontier. Okay, let's save this. All right, so I will go ahead and I'm going to do that now to get the transmission. So what I'm doing is I'm doing a final drive ratio. So you have, gear set in your differential, and we'll do the final drive. So this is facing, which direction this is facing? This is facing away from the engine. So I'm going to drop that down a ratio, and that will bring all the gearbox to a higher ratio. So that current speed is 45. That will bring it to, higher than 45 essentially. I'm trading some torque for some speed. So I'll lose a little torque. I don't need the torque. I've got more than enough torque with a 13-speed gearbox. So let's load the trailer in. All right. Check electricity first. I want to make sure. So there's nothing hooked up. Oh my God, there's nothing hooked up. That's awesome. All right, that's really great. All right. Did I hook up T-TIS and brakes? I did not. I still have yet to hook up T-TIS, I think. I gotta hook T-TIS up. Nope, I did hook T-TIS up. It's in here. T-TIS right here. Tiller cab control. Where's T-TIS? Right here. T-TIS. T-TIS. Okay, I did put T-TIS in. Okay, good. So I'll go to electricity here. So pretty much all this stuff's just gonna hook to one another. Right, ladder. What's on the ladder? All that stuff. Okay, so let's do the ladder next. What are you? You are linear tracks. You're on the base layer. This is on base layer. That's on base layer. All that can hook here. This stuff, all this stuff here. I need to work on this, but we'll hook it up anyway for now. These need to hook up here, and then these need to hook up to this. Okay, that's done. All the supports can hook up together. A lot of electricity to be hooked up here. Door is gonna get connected there. And these don't need to be hooked up. I'm just looking at them. See, those are the grabs, so the hard points need to be hooked up. So you need to make sure the hard point's connected. The top section does not need to be connected. These need to be connected to this stuff here. Linear track there. This one here does not need to be hooked up. So those are just the locks. That needs to be hooked up. That does not. This does. Those don't. Okay, so all those don't need to be hooked up. All right. Looks like a mess just because of all the lockers. You know, most of that's unelectrified equipment that I don't need to hook up. So let's see where we at. Connected, 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 connected. Okay. It's good to take a break from this. I was starting to want to move on from something else, and now, you know, I don't mind working on it a little bit. Sometimes the break is exactly what you need on it. All right, we'll hook this up. We'll treat the light cord as the master puppets pulling my strings. All right, and then doors are all hot bus. It's everything's gonna be hot bus on this. It needs to be plugged into electricity to work. So it needs to be plugged in the tractor to work. So that's good there. Okay, this is gonna carry over to that. Plug that in there, and then all of this can go to the hot. At these, so hard point to there, to the door, to the other hard point, to the other hard point, to the other hard point, to here, to linear track. I forgot the linear track in the other one. Fix that. Okay, those are all connected, and then this door needs to be connected there, and then we will go to supports there, and then I don't know, did I hook the support up? I did. Okay, good. That's connected. So supports and supports are hooked. Good. All right, that's all hooked. Beautiful. All right, so this needs to be done. This is light and nozzle. That hooks there. Okay, and then these two need to be hooked to the... That's fine. We'll hook them there. All that's connected correctly. All right, so I think electricity on that is dusted. We'll check it later. Tack is good. Electricity looks to be good. Nozzle not spraying. I need to look at that. So let's see what the nozzle is doing. So electric motor here is this needs to be powered. All right, that's powered. Now let's check its. We need to check some flow here. So let's grab a meter, pinky meter. That's a sound block. Probably type in. I did type in meter. No, I want dial. I already have a meter in there. Dial. Okay. Let's see. Data. I'm gonna turn for electricity anyways for this, but full level spawn. Let's do input electricity on. All right, so it has water in it, so that's not the issue. So it's probably a plumbing issue here. All right, let's go in here. So there's water in here is fine. It's coming up here. That's the fill. Comes through here, the Phillip. It's gonna go through there, through down here, across. Then, okay, I disconnected it. No wonder. Okay. So this is causing me problems here. So this is a velocity pivot. Current rotation got disconnected. That's why it was not working for me. Okay. Actually, where does that go? Support, ladder, velocity pivot. Which one am I commanding? Okay, I hooked up the wrong one. That would be why I was having problems. That will hopefully fix that. I wish they would let us pipe stuff through velocity pivots too, because what I have to do now, it's not a huge pain, but it's not great, is I have to use a hose. And the hose is going to have interaction problems, so I'd rather not have to use a hose. So let's do another hose anchor here, if I can see what I'm doing. Oh my God, come on. Straighten up, fly right there, son. There we go. Okay, we'll go there. And then I will do hose logic. All right, let's turn on infinite electricity, still on. Check the ladder. Hopefully ladder works properly now. So the turret is just a bearing. I turned the turret into a bearing. The velocity pivot is giving me my actual rotation, and the turret is just a support bearing at this point. And then, so here, let's try 6. All right, there we go. What a stream. And then, so I need light control on that, and then I need to get this ironed out. So all I really need to do is push it out more, but I don't have a ton of space, but that's not the end of the world. I can make that work. So. All right, so the ladder's working fine now, so it was just that one velocity pivot connection. I thought I had it working. All right, and then here we go. So that was probably it actually hitching on the pipe there. So the ladder's working well now. So I thought I had it working. I was like, but you step away from build sometimes. So I need to fix those 2 black squares. So there we go. All right. So that's good now. That's beautiful. All right, let's get rid of this dial business here. Bang. All right, I need to work on this. I can't go any further on this nozzle. I can go down, though. I do have enough space to go down, so let's do that. Down with the sickness. What happened to my musica? We've really been on for 3 hours? Yep. I see you guys quoting all my song lyrics there. That's good. Yeah. I don't know what happened. I played a Raid of Tarkov, and it put me in a bad mood for a good portion of the day. So again, I apologize for that. I try not to bring that on the stream, but it was just that that little drone had been frustrating me, and Tarkov, and I was starting to pull my hair out. It was frustrating me. So hopefully I didn't offend anybody with my grouchies. Something that embarrasses me, my grouchiness sometimes, so I don't like to do it. So if I offended you with my grouchiness, I apologize. Alright, so that hopefully should not have as many issues. This will hit... No, that shouldn't hit... it could hit it a little bit, but I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. The hose is going to have some stretch, but I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal either. Let's run it. So some of the things that I was thinking was phantom forces was just the I hooked the wrong node up. War Thunder, yeah. I haven't played War Thunder in a while. This is the problem. When you become an expert in something, doing it in an amateur way is problematic. It's like, it's one of the reasons why I try to do like really complex airplanes. Is like, I get super bored by super simple airplanes, and so I need to kind of have that thing. And so like, I used to play War Thunder back when it first came out, and the issue I had with War Thunder was it was very much a mouse meta. And so if you were using keyboard and mouse, you had the advantage. And so as somebody who, is used to using using yokes to control things and joysticks. You know, I've flown planes with both joysticks and yokes. It was very frustrating to me that, you know, if you were good with a joystick, you're getting your ass kicked by people with mouse and keyboard. And so that was really what happened here. Okay, it's backwards because I'm looking straight onto it. So this is working. It sticks out a little bit more than I want, but I'm not going to complain about it. It's fine. And I have enough stretch in that hose that it's not causing any ladder issues, so that's good. It's sticking out a little bit more than I want. It's not pretty, but you know, a bunch of people got excited when they did the gimbal update, which was the cameras and stuff, thinking that we would be getting some like a gimbal that would go up, down, left, right in a small package. I would love to see that. So hopefully they do that at some point. How's it going there, Niv? What's happening, kid? So, yep, so this ladder's working well now. All right. Excellente. Let's see. I need to find a black block here. So there was one set of black blocks where this used to attach that I have yet to find, and it's driving me nuts. I gotta clean it. I gotta fix it. Niv, one of the winners of the Build Challenge Fox. Was it Niv? No. Who? Niv, do you have another name on something? I can't remember. Let me check my other names. I put up a link in the Discord for other names because you know, every different media, you know, names are different, so it's kind of nice to know them all. Let's see. Just checking something here, guys. Play War Thunder Sim. Yeah. So, you know, I'll finish the thought on War Thunder. So, like, back when War Thunder first came out, they didn't have, like, joystick-only lobbies. I don't know if they have them now, but that was something that a lot of us were calling for, was we're like, you know, of course, let people play with whatever they want, but give us a lobby where we can, you know, give us a lobby where we can, you know, use just joysticks, because you know, with the mouse aim, you just put the cursor on where you want to shoot, and it hits it. With a joystick, you actually have to set up your curves correctly. You have to have a lot of skill, and it's a very skill-based thing to get your joystick tuned. Just to tune it up could take hours. And so it takes a lot of work to get your joystick tuned up to be able to use it. And then you go and you'd be trying to have a more realistic experience and get your ass absolutely kicked by somebody using mouse and keyboard. And so, like, we were asking for, like, lobbies for, you know, we're asking for, you know, joystick-only lobbies, mouse-only lobbies, and then if people want to play together, great, you know. But that was something that a lot of us were asking for, was give us the chance to go in there, you know, and, let's see. You know, so that was something we wanted, was the ability to have that, where we could go in there. And so it was very frustrating when you had a HOTUS and you had this big elaborate setup, and especially you start getting into VR, so you have your you have your joystick set up, you put it on your VR helmet, you know, you clear your room out, and then you're getting absolutely pummeled by mouse players, you know, and it took you 20 minutes to, you know, set up your game, and you're now sweating in VR and getting your ass kicked when you should be winning. And you know, at the time when I started, I was a commercial airline pilot, you know, so I'm playing War Thunder as a commercial airline pilot, and I'm getting my ass kicked by, you know, somebody who's playing with mouse and keyboard. And the other thing with War Thunder is you can set it up more simulator mode, so that, and again, before the lobbies were mixed, so like you'd have somebody who, like, I would set mine up full 100% simulator, where I would stall if I would naturally stall, and so it was very challenging. And then you'd have somebody in the lobby who had it on basic, and so they would never stall, and so it was like, that was unfair. So it was like, I think now they have the lobbies But it would take a lot to get back into War Thunder. It'd be fun to get into it. I've tried a couple times, but it's just like, you know, after the third hour trying to set everything up, it's like, okay, take a break from this. I need to find the defib. That needs to be plumbed in. That's the only thing that needs to be plumbed in to these electricals here is this defib and the flashlight. That's what's that? Oxygen, oxygen, oxygen. Defib up top here. Okay. Defib needs to go here. And then I had a flashlight somewhere. Yeah, so I could get back into I could get into War Thunder at some point, but it's tough to when I, you know, tend to be very much stick to a game at the point because it's like it's tough to make progress in some games. I've contemplated getting like I want to see some reviews, some more reviews from people like me before I consider rebuying Starfield. Like I played Starfield for 1.7 hours, and one of the reasons I got rid of it was I got burned by Steam. Was that I had a game. I actually tried returning Kerbal 2 because I was annoyed with their progress, and I'm like, you know, it's early access game. I played like literally 15 minutes. Maybe I played more than that. But it was less than 2 hours, and I got the standard Steam. Oh, it's been more than 2 weeks. We're not giving you a refund. So I was like, screw you. Then if I'm at 1.7 hours of Starfield, I'm not enjoying myself. I'm gonna refund now, and I'll go listen to some reviews. And if I like what I see later, I'll go back and I'll play it again. You know, but that was one of the reasons. But I'm gonna take a 2-minute break to get a little bit of some coffee and to go to the bathroom. So I'm going to throw you guys a quick ad, and I will be right back. Thank you. Alright, I am back. City was gonna kill me if I didn't feed him. He was quite upset. He brings me all of his stuffed toys until I feed him. So he'll usually bring one after too to thank me. He's a funny guy. What is it? Play WT Sim? What's that? War Thunder Sim, is that what that is? How's it going there, Mr. Stacian, 2013? How are you? Nice, yeah. Yeah, that's, I like it when they separate it out to HOTAS only because it's very much, so like if you've never really like played with that stuff, you need to get your curves right. Let me see if I can find a good joystick curve. And so like, literally, you could spend hours working on your curves, literally. Give my other commentary to myself. But like, here are some joystick curves, and so like, you could spend hours getting your joystick curve just right. And so the whole point of a joystick curve is like you can change your muscle memory a little bit better IRL, and so you don't need that joystick curve as much, but you need it in a game. So like, you'd set up your joystick curve, and essentially like when you're doing a shooting game, like say you're going to be doing a fighter, like in War Thunder, you need to be able to make it so that when I pull the stick hard and fast, say left and back, I need to quickly do full aileron, and I need to quickly do full elevator, and I need to get the hell out of there. And so as you get further to the extremes, the sensitivity goes up. As you get closer to the center of the joystick position, the sensitivity is very small. So you can move it, say, an inch, and it only acts like it's moving a millimeter. And then once you get out to the outside of the curve, it accelerates. And the whole point of that is when you're trying to keep your cursor on the enemy, you need to be able to move the joystick around an inch left, inch right, forward, back, and be able to move just, within the diameter, within the wingspan of the airplane, essentially. And then if you need to, like, evade really quick, you pull back really hard, and now because you're in the extreme of the joystick swing, it's going to accelerate the motion. And so you do this in real life where you can, of course, do tiny fine-tuned motions with your arm, and then when you need to, you pull your arm back really quickly. And so you need to set up your joystick curves just right, or else it's maddening, especially, like I talk about, since I've actually flown real airplanes, that sort of stuff I'm very particular about. It's why, like, I'll tweak my airplanes in game forever and ever and ever just to try to get the tiniest, like, little bit of performance just perfect. And I try to get the stall rate right, and it will drive me nuts if my stall's not perfect. And so stuff like that, when you did that professionally, it just bugs you. It's like truck stuff I get very particular with. And so that was one of the things that so you'd spend hours getting your curves set up right and all your controllers hooked up and configured, and you would change all your keybinds, and then you go in a match and you get your ass kicked by somebody who like just jumped on with keyboard and mouse, who's never flown an airplane in real life, and puts the cursor on you and decimates you. And so I think War Thunder fixed a lot of that later on. Yeah, I haven't played since they had tanks. Do you still play now, Rasmus? Who plays War Thunder? There, let me put up a poll. Put up a poll. Maybe I'll play a little War Thunder with you guys sometime. I'll change some of the options here. Let's see. There we go. Started a poll about War Thunder. So, who flies planes? Who flies? Who operates ground vehicles? Who does both? And who doesn't play at all? So I'm happy with this. This is working well. So let's see. All right. So let's cross some stuff off. I love crossing stuff off the list. I still like doing paper lists. Just feel right sometimes. Doing a paper list is nice. All right. Let's check the light here. I want to make sure this light works right. All right. So let's do 5. All right. So the light works. Yeah, I have not played since I did tanks. Tanks is kind of nice too. It gets you a little. So does it still work this way, you guys? So does it work like okay? So before when I played War Thunder many years ago, let's say I had a stock of 3 bombers and 3 fighters, right? And so in a raid, I could run 3 fighters. Let's say I get all 3 fighters get shot down. I go take out my 3 bombers. All 3 bombers get shot down. Now I'm out of planes. I can't play anymore unless I start a new raid. And so let's say that you had 5 tanks. Could you then go do tanks as well? So that's kind of my question is, do you still have like a garage full of the vehicles and then you go use them and when you run out, you run out? Yeah, I like DCS. I like watching the Grim Reapers. I have not played much. It's another one of those that you could spend hours setting up. So like my dream setup would be this is actually my dream setup. My favorite implementation of VR is VTOL VR. I'll bring that up on the display cap here. So VTOL VR is phenomenal. It's my favorite VR game. It was Banamoto, I believe is the name. Let's see. He was a modder for Kerbal. And then he went on to build this game pretty much by himself. I think it was him and a friend built this game, and it's awesome. And it is a little bit cartoony, but that's something you have to do in VR. You know, it's a trade-off. You do a little bit of cartoony, and it doesn't matter because you're so immersed, and so you can because you need super high def in VR to not be, you know, to get nauseous and stuff. But this is like it is very, you know, high tech here, but it's a little bit cartoony, but it's great. Like you can get rid of this ballhead stupidity and stuff, but the reason I love VTOL so much, and the reason it has like ruined pretty much every other flight game for me is like here's a good picture. So the tactile feel of it, I have a Vive, Gen 1 Vive, and so you get that little haptic feedback. It buzzes your hand when you touch something with the controller. And so what you do is the side click buttons will adhere your hand to say, here's your joystick. So you just reach out naturally where your joystick would be, and it will give you a haptic. So it will buzz your palm to know you've touched it, and then you just click it. It's very intuitive. It feels like I'm reaching out in the world and actually grabbing a joystick. And then when it's in my hand, I can go, my hand is hovering in the air with the controller in it, the joystick controller, and I just go left, right, forward, back, and now I have my yoke. And then I reach over with my right hand, and I get a haptic feedback on, okay, I've touched my throttles. I press the click button to adhere my hand to the throttles. I can do chaff flare. I can push the throttles up and down, go into afterburner. And so, for example, let's say I'm flying along. I've got my joystick on, and I need to speed up 10 knots. I just go reach over, quickly grab the throttles, push them up a little bit, disconnect. So say I'm coming into land, right? So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to put my landing gear down. It will do haptic feedback, and then I press the button, and I pull down my landing gear. I physically pull it down like I would. I grab my flaps. It gives me haptic. I grab it. I go 1, check my speed, 2, okay. And then I go over, and I will... okay, now I need to put up my thrust a little bit because I just added gear and flaps, so I'll reach over, grab it again, push it up. It's super natural. And I love feeling around. I love having all the buttons. And so that's one thing with like DCS is I know they have some VR in that. But, and I think they do have somewhere at that. But, you know, I am sold on the notion of not having a ton of peripherals anymore and only having the joysticks and the VR. I think that is the superior way of peripherals in the future is if you have a good VR headset and you have those 2 controllers, instead of me having to map all the buttons on my joysticks or buy like an actual F-18 joystick from Wing Wing or whatever, I just have my Vive controllers and I grab onto an F-18 joystick, you know, and the joystick has like 5 buttons, 5, 6, 7, 8 buttons on it, and they're just mapped to this. When I grab the joystick, the buttons on my controller automatically control what is on the joystick. When my hand is adhered to the throttles, the map buttons will go to what's mapped on there. When I reach up and touch these line select keys, they all work, and it's just phenomenal the way they did it. And so I would love to see that in, you know, in like DCS. I would that would be better because, for example, how long would it take me to set up? Like 2 seconds. Put on the Vive, put on the joystick controllers, and play. You know, and that's part of the issue is I would have to have a separate PC setup for like a really in-depth, you know, like simulator, like the guys from Grim Reapers have that. You know, they have all their joysticks set up. You like have to roll it out on a cart. All right, so let's check the list again. So the nozzle's working. That was just I disconnected the hose to do something. Control panel needs to be worked. Okay. What is that? Oh my god, my penmanship. Reverse lights and alarm. Our control panel needs to be done. Does take a little effort to do the control panel. So let's go like this. Instead of being in a cave. Cut this, pull it out. The pressure gauge doesn't really work in game for crap, so what I'm going to do is fake it because the one in game doesn't really work all that well. Let's see. So I'm trying to think. Trying to think, which is my first mistake. Let's grab this color. Let's grab a spot. We'll do some side spots like that to light up the area around. I think I have a light on the ladder already, so I don't really need another one. We'll add spots like that to broadcast around the fire truck, and that will be on this control panel. The other thing I was thinking is put on a buzzer for the ladder when the ladder's moving. Like, it will beep when the ladder's moving and only when it's moving. That's a thought. We have supports down here. Okay. Let's see. So let's start going here. So I want to do... The other thing is, I think I'm going to have to add a generator. I don't need a generator, but I'm thinking of adding a generator. I'll go ahead and I'll end that poll. So it looks like 50% people have not played, 37 ground, 12 planes, and nobody plays both. So yeah, that'll be fun to do a little bit of War Thunder. I'll try to get that installed. I think the tanks are going to be nice just because like I don't have to set up a ton. Like I said, I get super picky with planes. It's like I want it to stall right. It's like you know, we did on an episode of the Workbench, we were doing some like World War I fighters, and I was getting my ass kicked. And one of the reasons was every time I would naturally reach a stall in real life, I was backing off. And of course, everybody else who's never flown a plane before, it just keeps cranking it and cranking it, and so they're beating me every time because I'm like, oh no, I'm gonna stall. And so it's there's so much muscle memory, and it's like, don't stall, don't stall. You know, it's like, oh, this doesn't look right. This doesn't look right. Okay, don't pull it anymore. You're gonna stall. And like all these things that I've naturally done over the years, I can't. You know, it bugs me because like I can't break it. I don't want to break it. You know, so I'll get my ass kicked in some of that stuff because it's just like, nope, I'd stall here, so I'm not doing it. Okay, what do we need here? All right, so let's do spots here. So we'll do let's see, left, forward, spot, flip switch, left, do right forward spot, So help me fill out the panel a little bit too, and then I have a little bit of control over these. Right forward spot. So this one will be right rear. What is that? It's gonna be here, so that's gonna be left rear spot. Okay. I wanted Chinese today, but I don't know if I'm gonna do it or not. It would be delicious, but I don't know if I want to spend 25 bucks on dinner. Don't know if I want to spend 25 bucks on dinner. Alright, so that's my flip. So that'll be my spotlight. So let's make a quick panel for that. The T-test can be sunk into this tank at some point, but let's see. Left, forward. Right, forward. Left, rear. Right, rear. Okay. So it's gonna be easier to breaking some of this panel up by putting like a small microcontroller for for a couple segments instead of having to like try to check all the numbers. It's just gonna make it a little bit easier to get it done. So this will do all the side lighting. So there's a work light on the tractor. If you remember, there's two of them, a spot on each side. So that should bathe this whole unit in light. So I don't really need to spray the unit in light. And then there's a spotlight on the water hose. So we should be good on lighting there. Half-Life Alyx. Yes, I have played Half-Life Alyx. I don't have a ton of hours. Let me look how much I have. I was enjoying it, but it's like I really cannot get invested in a story game. It's just like I really don't care about any of those people. You know, I always want to be like the lead character in my story. I want to be me too. So like whenever I go in a character creation, I try to make it look like me. So I have 2.4 hours in Half-Life Alyx. It's a good game, but it's you know, I want to be me. So like even in the character creation, I make it look like me. And so it's it was like when I was in Starfield there, I could not care less about what any of those people had to say. I was like, and I kept, if you watch the live stream, I was like, oh my God, dude, he just told me what to do and I wasn't paying attention because I couldn't care what he had to say. And it was like, it was frustrating because it's like, oh, I really don't care what you have to say. It's like, please stop talking, let me move on. And so it's like, I love a game like Stormworks. It's like, you know, when some people say they get bored with it, it's like, that's not, I never get bored with this type of thing because I'm always, I'm coming up with my own narratives. I want to be, you know, I'm like, oh, I'll go do this and this and this, and I can kind of get really, I can get really immersed in it. And so it's like when a game calls me by a name that's not mine, it breaks my immersion. Like Starfield, it kept breaking my immersion. So it's like, I like Half-Life Alyx, it was good, but it's like any of those games, it's like, oh my God, I don't want to hear what this person has to say. And then it's like you pick up a letter that you're supposed to read. It's like, I'm not reading this letter. I have no desire to read this letter. It's like, I want to go explore. I want to see what the world is. I want to make my own narrative. And so it's like, I really don't care about the narrative they have. And of course, that's problematic in those type of games. It just doesn't work. So it's like, at this point, I've realized those just aren't the games for me. You know, so it's like, that was like my issue with Starfield. And like I wrote in my review of Starfield, is like, just, it's not the game for me, you know? Let's do this. I'm trying to think. I should put a pump on this. So this here needs to move. Let's see what I want to do here. I've started moving just to do like I used to do cool valves and stuff, and now I kind of just do double up. I just double up small pumps at this point just to make it easier. Like sometimes it pays off to be complicated, sometimes it doesn't. So I'm just going to do this. So we'll have a pump in system, we'll have a pump out system. That way, for example, I can draw in water, or I can draw out water from So I'll be able to, for example, I want to set this up that, like, you know, maybe at some point I actually kind of want to get into some of this firefighting stuff. And so that way, by setting it up this way, for example, maybe I want to build a truck that's a tanker, you know, and that will bring water and hook up to this, you know. And so that's kind of why I'm doing this right now, is so this is going to allow it to, for example, let's say another fire truck needed to use this tank of water. It would be able to turn on this pump and pump the water into its tanks. And then let's say that another truck pulls up, it's just a tanker full of water. I would then turn on this one and pump into my tank. So that's why I'm setting this system up. So that will help with this too. All right, so this will be water, pump in to the right, and then we'll do that as a toggle. This will be an indicator light for that. So pump in, indicator 2. This will be, so it just helps me fill out this panel too, adding some of these features. That's like when people are struggling to figure out what else they should add. You kind of look at it and you say, okay, what are some features I could add that just aren't necessarily necessary, but it adds some depth and some more functionality to it. All right, so there's pump in and out. So I'm trying not to have a sea of these arrows. That's kind of why I'm like switch them up a little bit. I might, you know what I'm going to do, switch these to squares. I do have indicator lights, so. So it's nice to switch them up every once in a while. That just makes it, so it doesn't look like like it's easy to find. That's a human factors thing. You know, I've talked about this before, is like, if you have a sea of the same button, it is so hard to find something. It's like you look in the cockpit of an airplane or something that has a really complex operation panel. It's nice to have them different. You have round buttons, you have square buttons. You know, you don't have too many squares together. You have flip switches right above squares. They have different shapes. Like all of our landing lights had a different shape on them than, say, the beacon is just a flip switch. The nav lights is a flip switch. The landing lights have these little bars that look like lights. And so the whole reason is you can reach up there while you're doing something. You can feel it. Yep, I'm on my landing lights. Click, click, click. You know, you've just got all your landing lights. You don't have to look. The same thing with this is like these are all flips. These go into squares. Then these are all. So I know, okay, this is the support section for my supports. This is support, forward support, rear support. Okay, my waters are squares. These are lights, you know, so it helps break it up a little bit. So I'll do fake pressures on these. So this will be water pressure. It'll be a dial 0 to, I don't know, what PSI are these pumping at? Pump. PSI. 150? Uppers flow 150 PSI. Flow 75%. Okay. So between 150 and 250. So we'll say we'll go up to 150. Just add a little depth to the whole thing. And so this will be pump in, pump out PSIs there. So we hold 5,500 liters, so 55 something. Let's say 5,600 liters divided by 3.785 is, say 1,500 gallons. Volume, huh? Seven. Then 8 will be low water. Be an indicator. It will be flashing, so it'll be 8. And it'll have a caution color, so we'll make it amber. Okay. Yep, that's the thing that killed me too with Starfield. You know, as a machine guy, the thing that is most important to me is I need to operate the machine, man. And the one thing, like literally, if you gave, like I used to play, there was these, I remember on PlayStation 1, there was this game and it was Felony 1179. And so the whole thing was like to do car chases and to go like, you would like it would do a cutscene, you robbed a bank, and then the whole thing was you to drive the chase. I would literally drive the bus around, and I would not break any laws. I would just drive the bus around. And it's like that's fun to me. I like that sort of simulator aspect of it. It's like Grand Theft Auto. I like just driving the cars around. And so it's like you give me a game like Starfield where I don't care about the main character, I don't care about the story, I don't want to talk to any of these people. I thought the combat was terrible. The way it's not the type of combat I like. And so it's like if the ship, like if I could fly my ship, if I felt like the ship was, it doesn't have to be hard to fly, but it has to be challenging enough where you feel like it's rewarding to be a good pilot. Like you can actually learn to be a good pilot. That's what's rewarding to me. And so it was like, that seemed like crap. Like there was a video up today that I started to watch talking about how you can make your own outposts, like your supply depots. Like this would be my fantasy space flight sim game. It would be like American Truck Sim in space, and you would have really super like DCS, Microsoft Flight Sim level complex spaceships, and they would be very realistic. They wouldn't be arcadey nonsense. They would be very realistic, and you would make sure I didn't paint something I didn't want to in there. And so you would have to like do a startup procedure, and you do all the stuff, and it'd be very realistic spaceships, and you would go like move cargo, and you know it would take you a while to get from point A to point B. So of course, you know, like you're making more money if you go from, you know, further locales, and like you would spend your downtime as you're traveling on the market. Like one thing I thought would be cool if they didn't Star Citizen that mess of a game is, for example, like when you're when you're doing a cargo run, it's going to take you like say an hour to get somewhere far flung, and you're just like space trucking for an hour, like I used to do in Elite Dangerous. You would go on and you would actually like look up cargo routes, and that's one thing you do in real life is, you know, you look on, you check the brokerages, and you find, you know, what's a good you know, cargo run, you know, what makes you good money. And so one thing I thought they could add in a game like Star Citizen, that mess, that would be actually cool and make an involved process. Can I put this here? I think I can without screwing up my tank. What would make an involved process? Say, for example, they used to do some cool things in Elite Dangerous, if you ever played that. Elite would have it where, say, there was you get a mission, and it would say, you know, we need to move 1 million units of medical supplies because there was a natural disaster on this planet. And so it had a little bit of a story, not too much so that I didn't get bored. And it would give you a reason to go move medical supplies. So now, where medical supplies used to not pay very well, now they pay pretty well to move medical supplies because there was a natural disaster. And so it gave you a little bit of story. So, for example, if you for example, spent your downtime actually flying around, you read some of the articles, you said, whoa, wait a minute, there's an outbreak, a plague on this planet. I bet they're paying really well for medicine. And so you would then go on and you would check what the pay rates were for medicine, and you'd realize the medicine is really good at that star system. So you would then go on and you would look where are medical supplies super cheap. And so, for example, there might have been a place that had an outbreak 2 months ago. Well, guess what? They probably had a glut of medical supplies. And so now you look and you say, okay, where did they have? Okay, this place 2 months ago had an outbreak. Let's look. Yep, they have a glut of medical supplies. They're selling for almost nothing. And you would then fly there. You pick up a bunch of cheap medical supplies, and you go over there, and they're paying through the nose for medical supplies. And so it puts a little bit of skill. It puts a little bit of, if you want to invest the time in actually doing the research, you know, it would pay off. And so that's the kind of gameplay I really like. But Star Citizen is going to do that. They're going to go if they ever get anywhere near being done, but they won't. Yeah, Star Citizen is the game that I complain about all the time. I don't care too much anymore. I don't care if it ever comes out. I don't care if it crashes and burns at this point. I think it's I haven't spent a ton of money on that, but it's still the game I spent the most money on. I have like $400 in there total, but that one frustrates me because I think the management for that game is just immoral and scumbags. You know, the devs are fine. The devs are just the workers working, but the management sucks there. Let's see. Pump in. Yeah, the game is 6 years late at this point. Yeah, 6 years late at this point. There's no end in sight. You know, they do really scummy marketing practices. Like, it's funny. I laugh when the people say this game is a cash grab. It's like Star Citizen literally they'll make a ship better, and then they'll put it on sale, quote-unquote sale, and sale just means that it's available to buy. And then so they do artificial scarcity where they will take it off the marketplace. So if you don't buy now, it could go up in price later. And so you buy when, you know, you buy an impulse buy because you're like, oh, I'm afraid it's going to go up later. I'll buy it now. It's a good deal. It's really not a good deal, but you know, you buy it. And then, so the ship says it will do absolutely everything. And so they'll put an old ship that people already paid for on the back burner, and then they'll build the new ship. And then, so you get new money in the game. And then the ship comes out and it's better than everything else. And then a couple months later, like, oh, you know, we had to do a balancing patch, and they nerf it. So they advertised it to be the best, and then they nerf it later. And it's just real scummy practice is what they do. So I'm thoroughly annoyed with them. So I just like, I don't, you know, I kind of take my own advice. I don't dwell on that anymore, and I stay out of the forums there. I check in every once in a while. I'm like, yep, still a hot steaming pile of shit. I'm not gonna get into it, but you know, that's kind of my whole deal with Star Citizen is. I think it's a healthier way to do it. You know, I used to go in there and rage and do some of the stuff that I like. I'll talk about people doing in this game, and it's like better to move on. And I've kind of moved on from it. You know, I said, not worth my time to just get super invested and get annoyed by it. So I just kind of move on. And if it comes out, great. If it doesn't, you know, they sold it to be something that it's not going to be. I'm convinced of that, and you know, that's annoying. But you know, so if I enjoy it, I enjoy it. If I don't, I don't. But I'm not putting too much pressure on loving it because I don't think I'm going to. All right, pump in, pump out. I need to fake pressure. So if the pump is on, we'll do it real super simple here. We'll do an up-down counter, 0.00, let's see, 0.01, 0.1. Do 0.1, that will be 1,500 presses to get to max. Do 0, we'll do 150 PSI. All right, so if this is on, it's gonna do that. And if this is not on, so one of the reasons I'm not using a regular pressure gauge is they just flick around. They don't really give me any usable data. So I might as well fake it anyway. And it's not going to really give me any usable data. All right, so those are my two water pressures there. And then tank volume is a readout. So we'll start writing these. So write on-offs, I need 1 through 3. 1, and then this one is 3. Okay. Those are getting written. Those are my on lights. Tank volume, we'll work on that in a second. Pressures are going to be, I'm trying to remember where I am. So it's lights and then pressures are going to be 5 and 7. 5 and 7 are my pressures. So 5 and 7. So 5 and 7 are my pressures. All right, tank volume is, what's that? That's going to be 6, I believe, is tank volume. I'll check it in a second. 6 is tank volume, okay. And then I need a flashlight, so when this is less than, it's 5,000 liters, so we'll say, what's a, so we'll say, let's do like, I don't know, say 1,000. So this will be the low water warning. Value will go 1,000 liters. Just one on, one off's fine. Okay, that's there. Bingo. Bango bongo. We'll do another bool. How is that? That is 8. Okay. And then that's an extra node I can use for something. So we'll daisy that out. Alright, so that should set that up. So we have pump in, pump out. Pressures on that, which is faked. We have volume here. And we have the that light. That's in there. Okay, I need to do a conversion of the volume. So let's do that. I'm doing gallons. So this needs to convert anyway. Did I not plug that in? I didn't plug it in. No, tank volume I did. Okay. I just need to put a function on that. What I can do is then move it again. So let's do... Is anybody into Star Citizen or plain Star Citizen? Just change it over to gallons there. Okay. Alright, so that should be good there, and then I don't need this last node, but I'm trying to think. There's nothing I can really add to it. I don't really need it. We'll just take it off for now. That's plumbing the rest of it. Oh, whoops. Come on, flicky camera. Pump in. Pump out. Sorry, guys. Flicky camera. I know is annoying. Oh, where are you? There you are, guy. Cut that. Yeah, like a glove. Read some chat here. Yeah, you know, I used to be really passionate about it, and it was just like, they just kept letting me down, man. You know, and they were, you know, like, that's fine, man. You know, delays are fine. It sucks when something's delayed, but, you know, it happens. You know, it doesn't bother me all that much when something's delayed. What pisses me off with Star Citizen, I mean, pisses me off is, one, I firmly believe they lie to us all the time. You know, and nobody likes to be lied to, and, you know, it's like, Chris Roberts came out in 2016 and said, yep, game's still on track to be out 2016. Why? Because they had a big sale coming on. And so they were selling ships, and he knew, I'm convinced he knew. I bet if they if they got sued and they went through and they looked at their internal emails, I guarantee they had internal emails that some employee said there's no way this game is ready in 2016. And yet he went on stage and lied to everybody and told them, yep, the game's going to be out on time. And then they said it would be out in 2017. Lies again. 18. Lies again. And then they said, oh, we don't talk dates anymore. They say no more when questions. But they recently just did a Bar Citizen in China where they're in China now because they're trying to get new markets, because guess what? The money's drying up everywhere else because people are like caught on to their nonsense. And so they're going to different markets to try to keep their game alive, and so they said no when dates, yet they went to this Chinese Bar Citizen and told the new backers, because they want their money, some when stuff to try to get them excited. So it's like just scummy stuff that's really quite disgusting. Just makes me lose all desire to have any involvement with that mess. All right, so let's see. I think I'm going to put in a generator. Up as a generator. This will fill out the last of the panel. So we'll do generator. Do APU. APU. Okay. We'll do APU. I think I want to do this here. All right, so we'll do APU S watts. I think I'll add a battery on there. Let's see. Battery. We'll do gauge horizontal 0, 100. I'm just trying to, I want to put a flip switch on there. I don't want the flip switches next to the lights so you don't confuse it. This is going to be battery 100%. This is going to be volts. Dial, 1, -1's good. 2. That's not what I want to do. Okay, 2 is going to be APU fuel valve. Going to be a flip switch. 2. Okay. This is going to be volts. The whole reason is I don't want that flip switch next to these flip switches, so just becomes a mess and it's hard to find stuff. Like this is easy, you know. I look at this. Okay, those are all my lights, all 4 lights. Okay, this is my APU. Okay, I want to go turn my APU on. Click, start, done. Instead of being like, okay, I have to make sure I'm hitting the right one here. Nope, I turn on a light. So that's just human factor stuff. This will be APU starter. Do an arrow button. Up. Push. And that will be 4. Okay, good. So I'll make a quick micro for this. One of the reasons I don't like go grab some pre-made panels for some of the stuff too is I get better every time I build a panel, and I will literally forget of like how something works, how something's set up, and I have to go back and reverse engineer some of my own stuff sometimes. So I find I get a better connection with stuff if I make a fresh panel. It is a pain sometimes, but it does pay off, I find. Posit, input, posit, output, CPU, panel. So yeah, it can be kind of annoying to start it over again, but like I said, it's just, you know, I get better at it every time I do it, so sometimes it's better to just do it. Might do Chinese. I might treat myself tonight. What do you guys think? Chinese? Let me put it in. We'll put it in. We'll do a poll. Why not? I was gonna have it earlier, and I was like, nah. I don't want to spend the money, but now I'm kind of feeling it for dinner. All right, let's see. Starter, battery, gen. I need RPS. RPS, gen, battery. I need engine. Engine. What else do I need? RPS clutch. RPS clutch, gen, fuel, gen, battery, APU, air, fuel, clutch. We're pretty good almost. Starter, that's good. Alright. We'll rock with this panel. Leave a little open space in case I need to play with something. I often do regret when I start doing this, but the panels turn out better. Like, if I went with some of my old APU panels, it would just not work right. And so, like, having to rethink this, it keeps me sharp on doing this. And as much as the pain to redo a panel all the time, it does have its benefits. All right, so let's see if do a real simple clutch. Clutch in. Okay. Okay. So this will control the PID will essentially just vary RPS to reach that range. So try to just keep the battery topped, essentially. So it'll rev to keep the battery topped. So if we're using a ton of electricity, you'll hear the engine rev up. If it's not, it will go down to idle. And so what we'll do is we will and then I might double PID this. I'll probably double PID this. And so what we'll do here is, yeah, I think I'm going to double PID this. So what we'll do here is we'll go, I'll just do a reg clamp here. You know, let's do a function, a big function here. Go PID value in, and then this way I can configure it better. So what we'll do is do a couple property numbers. I'm trying to do this more property numbers. It just makes things much more configurable. This will be idle, RPS. We'll start at, we'll say 3.5. Clutch is gonna, the clutch will come in and out. It's fine. We can work with that. And then 3.5, we'll say 15 max. So this is max RPS, max RPS. Okay, and so make a clamp X Y Z. Okay, so that'll clamp that out. And so essentially what's going to happen is the PID's going to skyrocket when the battery's low. It's going to go in here. It will say, hey, give me 15 RPS. It will then go into a second PID. Let's go on a second PID here, which will be set point is there. And then where did I put RPS? The hell are you, son? RPS right here. Okay, RPS. RPS goes there. Okay, and that will run the RPS on this. And then we'll go, I'll do regular stoic on this. Maybe I won't do, I'll just do basic for now. I'll do the stoic equation. We'll do that. Put that in there. Okay, and then starter is going to be... I need to start setting this up. So I have the... Was it fuel valve starter? I think it's fuel valve starter. So we'll go Boolean on off is... So 2 and 4. So this is the 2 is our fuel valve. Fuel valve, all that's going to do is control the PIDs. Pretty simple. And then the 4 is the starter. Very simple. That's just going there, and it's going to run the starter. I'm not going to have it auto start. I'm going to fire it up. Just be a little bit more interactive. All right, and then what do we want? I want to read in Jen is going to read the S watts. So what do you have? S watts volts. No, I have battery volts, don't I? So I actually don't care about the generator, so we're going to get rid of that. I don't care about what the S watts are. S watts are frankly irrelevant to me. I don't really need it. Does that cut this down size? It does. Okay, beautiful. So we can cut this down now. So I don't really need the S watts. It's irrelevant information. What I care about is trend. And so like the voltmeter will either read positive, meaning your charge is like if you have a 12 volt system and you're at 13, you know you're charging. If you have a 12 volt system and you're reading at 11, you're discharging. If you're reading at 5, you're really discharging. There's probably something wrong. So that's all I really care about is the trend. Is if my voltmeter is either 0 or positive, we're good. We're making enough electricity. If it's negative, we're not. And so that's what I care about really. And so we're going to go a couple simple functions here. Do battery here. X times 100, so I can get percentage. And then I want delta. So we do battery delta, and then I want another function. $3,600 gives me a more usable number. And then I want my right. And we should be 1, 3. So 1, 3. All right, and that's going to read out to this panel here. All right, that's fine like that. All right, good. I haven't saved in a while, which is dangerous. I do have the auto saves, but let me read a little chat here. Good night, Miles. Sorry I missed it. I just saw it. Yep. Well, that's the thing is, you know, it's the developers, the actual workers. I'm always there for the workers. Like the workers are all I care about. The management is I could do without, and you know, their PR department, their marketing department, you know, their managers. I'm not a huge fan of, but like the guys who go in there and program all day, that's their job. They're doing fine. You know, they're just being given impossible things to do. You know, and they're not lying to people. You know. Yep. Good night, Miles. Yep. Yep. Likely, Miles. Sorry if I missed you. If you've already gone, I a little bit late to read it. If you do, like Rasmus, if you look at Rasmus, he's doing at Captain Cockles. That pops up red in the corner of my eye, and I usually can see that a little bit faster. Oh, yeah, 24 volts in Europe. Yep, that's interesting. I gotta order the Chinese now. I'll put it in the order. I'm gonna do it. Screw it. I've been hoarding money, so take a while to get here. So I'll put the order in, and then it'll get here. I haven't had it in a while, and I'm kind of I don't splurge on myself very often, so might as well do it. Let me see. What do I want? I think I know what I want here. Let's go. Chicken, chicken, chicken. You guys can join me on this journey of chicken. There's one that they do really good. It's like chicken and they have like some peppers. It's really good. Trying to find it. Sometimes the menu's quite obnoxious to try to get through. Alright guys, I'm just going to quickly throw this in. It's getting late, so I'm not going to be able to get the order in if I don't do it now. There is chicken with hot peppers. Vegetable fried rice. And I think I want an egg roll maybe. Okay, I think we're good here. I'm just making sure that my credit card information doesn't go out. The nice thing is the credit card is reported stolen. It's done. Yep, just double check and make sure I'm not broadcasting that to you guys. Success. Okay, good. I'm back now. Yeah, but I was gonna get it for lunch, and I hemmed and hawed. I would have saved money if I got it for lunch, but it's not the end of the world. All right, let's save this. I saved it already. I'll just double check it. All right, good. Let's go and we'll just load up the truck. I just need the stoic info. You know, like I've done APUs like 100 different ways. I've done where it has active PID control clutches and engines just clutches and runs a steady RPS, hard clutches and not. So I do it a bunch of different ways. So it's kind of nice to try, rebuild it each time, see which works best, which doesn't. So, but this is how you get quick at it too. Is you just you kind of rebuilding. It's the quickest way to get fast at this stuff. It's like you build it 100 times, it's second nature. If you haven't built one in a while and you always just take your same old APU microcontroller and then you're like, crap, how does this work again? What do I need to do again? And so that's pain. So it's nice to rebuild sometimes. It's tedious sometimes, but it's also, this is wrong. This is where that should be going to. There we go. And then simple overheat protection, we'll do this. Do an and here. And so if 2 is on, and then what we're going to do is the temperature needs to be less than 100 and say whatever degrees. Well, 115 it will light off, so we'll do something below that, and then it won't light off. So we'll do 3 less than. And then we'll do a property number here, where we're at property number. So we'll do overheat protection. We'll do 113, so a couple degrees below, and then it will protect us from popping. So if it overheats, it will automatically shut the PIDs off. Engine just shuts off, and then I have to go restart it. So pretty simple overheat protection system there. All right, so I think this is probably pretty good here. That was the last little bit I needed to do. All right. Let's see. Escargot. Yes, I think I've had escargot. Escargot is good. Yeah. Surströmming. I can't pronounce that. So I made an attempt to pronounce it. It's probably a pretty hideous pronunciation. Those are cabinets. Those are cabinets. What's here? It's all cabinetry there. What's this? All right, let's go. I'm going to put it here. Right under the ladder there. We do old school rad. Be right over the axles here. Be the APU. That's a little bit of detail on the top there. I'm just gonna put a, what's this? I don't know what that micro is there. Let's go like this. Just put something to sit this on. I don't want to do 2 blocks, but I end up doing 2 blocks here. That's fine. This can stay like it is. This could have a reasonable power draw if it's running the top pump. So I might put a big beefing old John on here. That will keep it a little on the quiet end too. So I'm gonna put a big beefing John on here. Put a 6-cylinder on. Just because I'm a little bit worried about if I have that impeller going, I want to make sure that I have enough power and not running out of battery constantly. Yeah, especially for it being for a challenge too. I like to make sure that's all done up nice. So I can't imagine we're going to be able to run 2 gearboxes on this. Cannot imagine. That should be my confirmation of Chinese. The big gens are 1x3s, right? I think they're 1x3s. Probably don't need the big gen, but it's more efficient than the small. Here, this is becoming nonsense here. This little pathing I'm doing here. I'm gonna have to do it this way anyway. Like the generators on Triton are very large. I have twin Harbor gens, and they barely run because they're powerful and they don't need to really run all that high of RPS. Okay, sure that's just not touching anything that it needs to not touch. Good, that should be good. Make sure it's not intruding the wheels. Let's say, I don't know, try 9.5 to start with. All right, and let's see, need a belt crank. I very rarely do any V engines either. Of course, I did the pump. I should have done the pump this way, but yeah, that's not helpful. I'll move that radiator in a second. Yeah, I'll move the radiator in a second. All right. Music stopped again. Usually I'll stick it. I'll go without an alternator. We don't need it. Sometimes I stick it on there just an extra little bit of generation, but we have a medium on there, so I don't need it. All right, and then this is gonna move. Make sure it's not where it doesn't want to be. All right, that's fine. Good. Oh my God, what am I clicking on? I just almost closed down OBS. That would have been gross. Stream would have crashed. I'm like, what the hell's going on? It's been me hitting things I'm not supposed to be hitting. I think I'll make it red anyway. I was gonna keep it black, but I think I'll make it red. All right. Turn the music back on a sec. Eventually I'll figure out what orientation I'm doing here and get with the program. Eventually, not now, but eventually I'll figure this out. There you go, my mood has improved. I was grouchy this morning. I was actually really good this morning, and then I played a raid of Tarkov and I got annoyed. And unfortunately I brought the grouchies with me. But they're gone now. Alright, good. That is there. Beautiful, beautiful. What's here? Okay, we'll do internal exhaust. It could be a little bit of good detailing here, so let's do it actually somewhere. Do it right here. Punch a hole there. Punch one here. Okay, there we go. Okay, we'll do it this way. I want to get the cat on there, so. Might run a little bit of extra pipe here in case I need a double cat, but yeah, we'll go this way and I'll double cat it. Yeah, well, I'm not going to double cat it right away, but we'll see. If I need it, I want to have the space for it. So let's go, thinking right here maybe. Go up. That will give me a space for a cat if I need it. An additional cat. Okay, and then I want... Give me a little bit of something, some more detailing on this, as I'm kind of hurting for detailing, so... Alright, so that is the APU there. That, and then I need air and full. So we'll do air on this side. That way it kind of mimic and balance out the exhaust. Let's check the music while you off. How long have I been streaming for? Coming up 5 hours? Yeah. Air, good. Oh, flicky camera, I could live without you for the rest of my life. Have a very productive life. I had you for a second right where I needed you. Full, I need full, and then we find a place to hook the full up here. Yeah, need to put just a place to refuel, so. Try to find a little bit of spare space here. I can put a fuel. A bunch of that's occupied. We'll put it right, right here's fine. It's gonna probably be light on fuel if I do it that small. How big is the large? Large is too big. Try a mead. Alright, so that is the APU fuel there. It's all set up, so that should be air fuel on that. Cylinders to match, we got that. Alright, let's hook up. I need a battery in there. Let's use a mead. Alright, let's check for asymmetry here. A little bit favoring just a hair to the right, so we'll just use this to ballast out a little bit. There we go. Gives a little bit of slack in the system there, having a little bit of a battery. Air. Fuel. Clutch. It's nice when I have something like this I don't have to look at either. I can just kind of hide it and just make it work. Where you at there, guy? Where's the starter? Did I put a starter on there? Maybe I didn't. Yep, I put a starter on there. Okay, right here. RPS. Crank. Let's see. Okay, need an engine node. APU panel. APU panel. Okay, let's hide this and let's put that panel back in. I think we're good now. Give it a crank. This all should help with fuel volume a little bit. And this should add the, I need to hook that battery into the truck, into the regular electrical system, because that will then, the truck's producing enough electricity, you know, be able to rev down the APU, so. And it'll keep the truck charged too, so where's the bat? Where's bat? Bat. Where'd I put you? Right here? Nope, where the hell are you? Didn't delete the battery, did I? Did I just put in there? Nope, right here, okay. Plumb all this stuff up. It's so hard to find this freaking battery. There it is, right here. Okay. And this needs to go back to the battery. Alright, let's spawn that. There we go. Let's read some chat. So what is the stuff that you're talking about? The surströmming? Is that the fish? Yeah, it sounds good with the bread, creme fraiche, and patat. Sounds good. I'll have to show you guys the picture of my I'm on my third batch of fermented vegetables. I think very good. We have blood pudding. Not really. Like they'll serve it at like you know, an English and Irish place, but we don't tend to have it. I've had it before. I like it. It's fine, but it's you know, it's not something that's often served around here. Okay, light. Check them. Light. So we have some spots here. Okay. Water pump in, that light needs to go on. It's not. Water pressure's building. Volume's good. Okay. Water pressure there. That's going down. That's going up. That's good. Okay, these are backwards. This one doesn't work at all, and this one's backwards. Okay, excellent. Fix those. Low water. It's fine. There's plenty of water in it. APU. Can't tell if it's running or not. Let's shut off infinite electricity. So battery's discharging. Volts is about 0. I'm gonna have to fly in there to check it. Hopefully I don't get stuck in the build. The one area I had a little bit of space and I... There, oh, okay, good, we're in. I can't see. You gotta move that pump too. I can't tell what it's doing. AFR is 0, so I bet it's not running. No exhaust. Okay, let's I'm gonna do a couple tests here to test it out. Make sure I merge that in there first. We'll do that. Make sure I merge it. I'm pretty sure I did. Yep, it's merged. Let's go ahead and click in. Clutch in at 3. Idle RPS. Let's make idle RPS for now 10. Clutch in at 5. Alright, the reason I'm doing 10 is just so I can hear the friggin' thing. What's up with this? If engines, do I coming in? Engine. Okay, good. Let's check some stuff here in the panel. All right, channel, APU panel, channel 2. Okay, that should be, and if the temperature, which we should be reading a temp off of 3, is less than 113 degrees. So if the temperature is less than 13 degrees, and I turn on 2, it should turn on both PIDs. That's good. RPS, so I want a constant value. Oh, that's okay. Battery, yep, a battery constant value of 1. That's PID. Oh, no P values. Okay, that would do it. That would do it right there. Let's see. P PID 1. Okay. And then this is P PID 2. P PID 2. All right, that would do it. Not having P values. Okay. So let's update this, and then I want to change this back to clutch in value of 3, because that's just going to oscillate if it gets too low anyway. That's fine. Idle RPS we'll say is 4. Okay. And that's fine. That's what's PPID 1 to leave it on 0? I didn't mean to leave it on 0. Let's make it 1. All right, let's try that. So that would make sense. Doesn't sound like it's coming on. Nope, it's working. See, we're building electricity. So we're good. Okay, we're good. So that's up and running. Just very quiet. So, like I said, I made it overpowered because I'm afraid that with that running, that's going to eat an absolute butt ton of electricity. You see, it's on showing negative volts. So that means it's, you know, we're discharging the battery. You can see we're discharging the battery. So the PID should be revving up. I'm going to have to probably tune this PID to get it to run right, which is fine. All right, so this is up and running. Can't read any of the... Put everything on the other side. See if I can get my fat ass in here. Character is a little bit skinnier than I am, not much. I'll check chat in a second, guys. I'm just kind of trying to get this issue going. There's my other homunculi carcass there. Okay. I put everything like right where I can't see anything. There's the air right there. I can just like barely see. Ugh. I had to hide everything. All right. Grab a couple keypads here. Where is that? Right there. Bingo, bingo. Okay. Yeah, I have to move this panel too. All right. All right. Yeah, it's all right. Number input P1. Number input P2. P1, 2. What did I just think I put something on there I should not have. Battery. I just cut the battery instead of putting it on the right one. Here is P2 right here. Electricity. We're just going to direct connect to the battery so I don't have to deal with it. Right. So I had this as a 1. This probably has to be a much bigger number, the first number. This one's fine. This one's going to read the minimum value. It's just not going to rev up unless I make that first number bigger. So, okay, water level low. That's good. I want to test that light anyway. What the hell? Why did I screw up now? Starter's not even going. Starter would go if I'm not running. What the hell? Why the hell is the starter not going now? Oh, I'm not merged up. That's why. Okay, I didn't. I meant to merge this back in. So, anyways, I tested that the water is leaking. That's fine. That was the issue. Was this this didn't get merged? There we go. Okay. All right. So initially, I had this as 1. I had this one as 0.18. 0.18 should work fine for this. Alright, so it should be showing pretty much we're building electricity, okay, so that's good. Then we'll turn on everything. I need to tune this in so that everything works. So that's all the lights on. These pumps won't be on, so I'm not worried about this. So we're negative 12 volts. So you notice, see the numbers getting smaller? It's working fine, but it's too slow. So you notice this voltage number is dropping. So that's trying to go, it's causing it to go up, but just very, very slowly. So we'll go 1,000. And there we go. So we'll just watch it, see how long it takes to smooth the oscillation out. Should be climbing above now. It's still, I don't know why. It's very slow burn off. You can see we're 4 digits in on the burn off, but it's still not going high enough. So I wonder, you know what I bet it is the gear ratio. Let's do a 1-to-1 gear ratio, and then I'll see if I can go higher on that, because I definitely could be overstressing this engine. So because the clutch is going in slowly, and so the clutch probably jammed it up. Okay. Alright, so that's pretty much most of the lights on, and the Alright, you can hear the engine spooling up now. There we go. So I was just overburdening it with the gearbox. So this is worst case scenario. It's very quiet. It's not yelling in my ear. APU's running well. So nice. So that's going. Let's turn on, make it even worse. Turn these pumps on. Still no problem, as you can see. Still building electricity. It's auto revving how it needs to. So 1.8 and 1,000 looks good. So I'll just leave the extra. I'll leave the panel big, so if I need to tune it later, I don't have to redo this whole rigmarole. So this is 1,000, and this is 0.18, and then we need to go in there and actually reattach them. Okay, leave those up there. So APU works, that's good. I need to fix the lights on that. Where is the water panel? Equipment lockers, blank. What are you? These are lights. Okay. Driller spots. Okay, you are water pressure. Okay. Water panel. All right. Pump in is 1. So this should be 2. Or start channel 2. Okay, 2 and 4. So what is that? Pump out should be 4. And that should be 2. Okay. So that works. That should work now. Give me the right lights. Water pressure was fine. That's fine. All those lights. So that should fix that issue that I had. This is getting good. So this, I'd like to get this. Let me check JSI, see if I do have a response. Let's see. That's from Citrus. Oh, that's a cool car, Citrus, if you're still on. Yeah, I like that. Very cool. That's a cool car there, Citrus. I like it. Let's check JSI. I didn't get an answer. So I'm figuring, it says the 18th. I'll try to get this out tomorrow. I gotta do the, I need to do the web page, or the, what do you call it, workshop page and everything. Let me just quickly check Chinese. I don't think I got the message that it's coming. Hopefully it's coming. Alright, so let's see. Lights work. That's fine. Okay. Battery is good. Voltage is good. APU is working. Yep, we're building electricity, so it's definitely running. Water pump in, water pump out. Pressure builds when I turn that on. Pressure builds when I turn that one on. Water volume's good. Low water, we tested that. These work. We'll just double check them. Supports out. Supports out. And then down, down. Which is pretty impressive. This thing's heavy and it lifts it no problem. So the hard points, again, that was awesome when they did the hard point because it makes it so much easier now than before. This is ground power, so we can hook that in. We can also pull water out of here, and so we can do firefighting via the hose now. That's something I wanted to do. So, for example, we do this. Pump water out. I can fight with the hose, and I can also plumb into another truck if I need to. So I think this is coming along. I'm happy with it. I think it turned out pretty nice. Not too much else I really want to do on this. I don't like to go overboard sometimes, you know. Kind of like to keep it clean and simple, and sometimes the ultra detailing, it's just not really, not a huge fan of it. Like, I could put a bunch of nonsense detailing into the tractor, and I'm not interested too much in that. Like this, I need to put a little bit of something in here, a little something in here. You know, there's a little bit. I'll probably put a radio in here, and maybe like just a gauge reading speed, and so you could say, you know, that the person in the back would want to know the speed. Salmon dill creme fraiche. Oh, yes, that would be delightful. I'd eat that. I haven't had salmon in a while. Actually, no, that's not true. I had it a couple weekends ago. My mother made it. Why an engine in the trailer, not the one in the truck? It probably is, but I want to, you know, I figure having an APU is just, it's good insurance. You know, if I ever run into an issue, so like, let's actually test it. That would be a good test. Let's FB, let's save this sucker. Let's see if it would be enough. Because what you would, you know, I could run PTU off the gen. So let's go, I actually want to load this correctly. So let's load in the tractor first. Let's load in the trailer. And then when I put this in the workshop, it will have them both together. Yeah. You know, I'll have them together, but I don't want to do that until I'm ready to post it. So let's, we'll test it out. So what I would do is I'd leave the tractor in neutral. What the hell's going on now? What is going on with this tractor? Didn't grab an old one, did I? You gotta be kidding me, man. Go in first thing. Thought I had this all set. Let's go into the hot bus. Could be something simple like the starters is not plugged into electricity. Starter's radiator. Starter should be on the cold bus. Okay, do I have this? Okay, this never got connected. That's it. That's simple. It was that one connection. I was going to get annoyed. I'm like, I just spent all that time getting the electricity set up. Okay. Something simple. All right. All right, so we could theoretically leave it running like that. And then we have, see, we're building. It just has one alternator on there. Yeah, one alternator on there, so we'll see how it performs when I turn everything on. Okay. So we'll do absolutely everything on, and that will be worst case scenario. So yeah, we have a little bit of a discharge. So yeah, eventually it would have issues. So I could put more alternators on the tractor and make it produce more electricity, but I have an APU on here, so. Now if that comes on, see, now that's going to be enough to, that'll be enough there. So it's kind of a, you know, plus it gives it a little bit of extra something on here when this, you know, this goes, it will, you know, so now that will rebuild. So you just turn the APU on. And so that's, you know, worst case, it can run everything. So the tractor probably is pretty good if not everything's on, but with everything on, it's nice to have that APU. You know, like if I kill the APU, we're discharging. It's not terrible, but you know, we'll eventually kill it with everything on. So yeah, so I'm happy with that. All right, let's see. I'm gonna finish up. I think let's. Did I end the poll? 85% Chinese. I'm getting it. So. I haven't had it in a while, so I figured it's like 30 bucks, but I was gonna get a lunch and it would have been like 23 bucks. Now it's like 30 bucks. Well, whatever. Yeah, this truck, you know, I could probably add a bunch of, you know, I could add some more alternators. I could put a generator. I could do a PTO. That'd be kind of cool. Part of the thing, too, is I'm trying to, because I'm going to, you know, if I'm not going to release something, I don't mind if it's a pain to operate. If I'm releasing it, I try to make it a little bit reasonable. The last thing I did for the JSI challenge, they were confused by, and so I don't want to make it overly crazy. So I'm trying to actively make it a little more reasonable. So, you know, I'd have to put instructions. Okay, you know, go in the tractor, put it in neutral, and then rev up the engine using the trim. You know, and then so okay, the PTO. I could do a PTO. Maybe I'll put a PTO on the tractor if I feel like it tomorrow. But APU is nice. It's, you know, it's nice to have. And then the other thing with the APU is that turns the trailer into a generator. So that plug-in that's on the service panel, right, the plug-in that's on the service panel, I can actually use the trailer as a generator. So that's kind of a nice feature too. So say, for example, I need to power something on the site, I can go and I plug this anchor in, and that will automatically work as a generator. So it's essentially like the trailer as a generator on it. It can do portable lights. It could do a portable pumping system. It could power other vehicles. It could, you know, if you had a light tower, it could do that. So that's kind of the thought process with that is, you know, that will also act as a generator too. So I have this power. So not only could I power the trailer, but I could also power accessories with that. So it just adds some versatility to it. But, you know, I could add a PTO where, for example, if you don't know what PTO is, it's power takeoff. So essentially, you spin an accessory gearbox with the drive system, and what it will do is you'll disengage the clutch from the wheels, and it will drive the accessory box. And so sometimes you'll even have like fire trucks. That's how they pump. Is they use the regular engine of the tractor, and they disengage the clutch to the clutch, essentially, to the wheels, and it will turn the PTO, and it will turn a pump that will then pump the water. I was going to do that. I can't really do it with this one all that well because it's a separate unit, but again, I'm trying not to make it overly complicated for JSI where they're like, what the hell is this? Have you ever broken any gearbox? Why are there 3 different sizes? They used to break. Back when they first came out, if you put too much torque through them, they broke. And it was an interesting idea. The problem is this. Say, for example, I'm going to have a... I had a helicopter. Let's actually bring it up. It was an old helicopter. Let's load the Bumblebee. So here is the Bumblebee. And if you look here, so this was like my container mover helicopter, the Bumblebee. And so if you look here, that has a large gearbox, and the reason, or a medium, was a 3x3 gearbox. Reason it needed a 3x3 gearbox because the old gearboxes would break, and so you ran into a problem where the old gearboxes were breaking because if you put too much torque through them, they would break, and so. The devs got rid of that, which I think was the right idea. It was a good idea kind of to have, you know, a limitation where you'd break a gearbox. But the problem was it made it so, like, if you want to have a helicopter now, you have to have this enormous gearbox in there. And so it was too limiting. It made smaller builds not work right. And so it was a good idea, but that was the problem. I've never broken any in real life. All right, we'll see you later, Rasmus. Good to see you. All right, guys, I think I'm going to wrap it up here. I enjoyed the stream there. Sorry for the grouchies at the beginning. I was stressed out by that thing when I got in and already stressed out by Tarkov, and just was put me in a foul mood. But then once I kind of got away from that frustration simulator, we're good. So thank you guys for joining. Check out the Build Challenge Golf's going on now. Career Build Series came out today. I probably won't get another one out tomorrow. I'll probably stream tomorrow. Yep, so thank you, everybody, for joining, and I'll see you in the next one.